Republican state there, and those 6 electoral votes now in the Republican column. John Dickerson wanted to check in with you. What are the exit polls showing us?
Do you know why they made a big deal about Iowa?
Various different splits.
Iowa's a swing state, correct?
Well, anybody who wins Iowa tends to win if you win Iowa, you win the presidency. Obviously, it's not written in stone, but they say if you win Iowa, you're gonna. Every president who has, well, every candidate who has ever won Iowa has always become the president. You know, hold on. They're talking about race. I'm sorry.
To 44. So
I got you.
Point margin. The reason this is important is this is a key part of the new emerging Democratic base doing well with college-educated voters. That's 7 points better than Joe Biden did in 2020. He won that group, white college voters with a degree by only 3 points. Now let's look at the other group.
I do consider people who go to college and get indoctrinated,
and that's white voters without a college degree.
I do as well.
He is creaming Kamala Harris 65 to 33 among white voters without a college degree. So that's a 32-point difference, but that's a little bit less than he did in 2020 when he beat Joe Biden with that same group by 35 points. So this is
no disrespect to anybody who has a college education. Shout out to all of
college voters. Donald Trump doing essentially as he did in 2024, although a little bit worse. Why, of course, this matters is in the key battleground states. White non-college voters are a big part of Wisconsin and Michigan. In those states, the picture is a little bit more mixed. Now, I'm not going to have exit poll slides for you or graphics, but just to give you a sense of the picture. In Pennsylvania, the picture we just described, where Kamala Harris is doing well with white college voters, she's doing 19 points better than Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. Biden beat him only by 9. Trump is beating her by 29 points with voters without a college degree.
Brother, did you hear
beating her by
Trump
29 points, but he beat Biden by 32. So the Pennsylvania story matches that national story.
A lot of
in
stuff been taken out of
and I'll just
context
wind
by
it
him.
down here. Wisconsin and Michigan, it's much tighter. White college vote for Harris is about what it was for Biden. White non-college, Trump is doing a little bit better in Wisconsin than he did in 2020.
I
in Michigan,
that, though.
Harris is doing a little bit better among white college
the
voters, but in white non-college, Trump is up by 3. So
yes, I can
in those
see that.
2 key states, the picture's a little bit more mixed than at the national level.
What did you think about the movie Dark Knight?
Wherever you may be.
I know, John. I decided to stay over here.
With Heath Ledger.
I don't blame you.
Yeah.
No offense to any of you, but of course, I'm geeking out over here at the board, and I wanted to know about Michigan and Wisconsin.
Who did you like more?
We haven't yet got to dive into those numbers. So, Major, take it away.
Joker.
So, again, Michigan, 23%.
I don't have no European faces on me, but I got Joker.
We have a current lead for the vice president.
I favor that.
Where's the outstanding vote? Well, okay. As we mentioned earlier, as Anthony went through this, Wayne County, Washtenaw, that's
I tell people
Ann
all
Arbor,
the time. They just
Oakland.
don't understand that.
Very large concentration of outstanding vote there. What is the overall needs?
I favor that mindset
Trump
as well.
In Michigan?
I want to see blood in the street.
46%.
I want to see chaos.
These are
I
projections
want to see this.
on the
I don't want the money. I just want to see this whole thing
of what the overall turnout will be, and overlaying that with exit poll data. So that's what we can
I get
basically say about Michigan at this hour.
Okay, Wisconsin.
In some sense, and it's like you respect the lack of care he had for that amount of money in the movie. And it just lets you know, like, money can't buy everything for everyone. And it was just what he wanted was bigger.
Areas for the vice president.
And I respect that, bro. I truly do.
Orientation. Vice President Harris, according to our estimates, needs 50% of the outstanding vote. We saw just a moment ago where it's concentrated.
Yeah. And I just want to give a shout out to my sister. No offense on the truth. I hold a master's. However, I received knowledge and truth when I started going deeper in the papers. Yeah, much love to her.
Reasons that John mentioned on some of the exit poll data in that state.
I'll say this.
Showing a difference of the coalitions and the assemblage therein.
So she may be in trouble in
I want to see the government get destroyed. I want to see the people tear some stuff up because we got to rebuild. And the only way we can
County,
I'm sorry.
let's bring that out.
No, I agree with you. I agree. The system is flawed.
Interesting.
76% in.
So sometimes Door County has, I think Door County has always predicted the potential.
Door County has.
You could turn it down just a wee bit.
And she's running slightly behind Joe Biden. Trump is currently
I
in the
mean, when
lead
you
there. We have it a
right here,
light
good.
shade
Yeah,
of red,
perfect.
leaning Trump.
Really interesting. All right. Thank you, Major, for indulging me. Now to Maurice
No,
Dubois.
I concur with
at our
you. That's
Paths
all
to
I was
Victory
saying. I
table.
believe the
And
system is
Maurice,
flawed. It needs
I
some
know we're all looking
correcting.
about the importance of
And that's one of
Pennsylvania.
the main
We sure
reasons
are,
why
Laura. Thank
I
you so much. Let's
favor
first take you
dealing
from where
with
we stand right now. We are at 201 for Donald
the
Trump,
Donald Trumper
91 for
versus a
Kamala Harris.
Kamala.
But if we look at the beginning of the night, this is where we expected and will expect the votes to go.
You see,
throughout
did
the
y'all see
campaign.
that? So the
States for
projections
Trump,
is that they
blue
have her
states
at
for Kamala
226,
Harris.
him
She
at
started with
219.
226. He started with 219, and what we believe to be likely based on past experience and past voting.
Now, when they say
So let's
226
see
and 219, do you know what they're
Pennsylvania,
talking
how
about?
it shakes out when it
Yes,
comes to
so
pivotal
what they're
for Donald
explaining
Trump.
right here
If he were
is
to
the
flip
count for
Georgia
the electoral.
and get the
They need
16 votes
270 to
electoral
win,
votes and take
and
North
every
Carolina
state
and
has a
hold on to
certain
that,
amount.
and then go to
California and
Pennsylvania
Texas having
and
some
take
of
the
the,
19
well, I know
electoral
Florida
votes
has
there. We
30,
talked about this
Texas
earlier.
has
That would
around
bring
40
him
electoral
straight
votes.
to
I'm not
270.
exactly sure
Lights
how
out.
many
He's the next
California
president
has.
of the
And
United
right now
States.
you can see
If he
California is
cannot
blue. That's
hold
where
on
she's
to
from.
Pennsylvania, he then has
But
to go
Donald Trump
for
is
the
set to win
southern
Texas, which
strategy,
is red.
the Sun Belt, if you will.
So
So that would
some
be
of these,
flipping
yep,
Georgia,
Texas is covered
holding on
right
to
there.
North
She got
Carolina,
Cali.
taking
On the
Arizona,
board, he's
taking
doing really
Nevada as
well
well.
right
He's still
now.
not there. He's at 268. So he would have to take one
Well,
of
I'll
the
say
upper
this.
Midwest, right? If he doesn't get Pennsylvania,
Is
he
there
would
a
have to get
law
Wisconsin
saying that
or Michigan,
the
and he gets right
electoral
there to
college has to
278.
follow
Now, for
the popular vote?
Harris, Pennsylvania is huge.
So
It's big.
yes,
So if he were
and
to
we
take
actually were having this
Pennsylvania and
conversation
hold
on
on to
Clubhouse
it,
earlier.
Joe Biden won it by
It's
2,000
26
votes last time.
states, I
And to
believe,
hang on to
that
Michigan, this is the blue wall we talked about.
popular
And
vote,
Wisconsin, we
the
don't know where
electoral
that's going to
college has
go.
to follow
That
the
would get her
popular
right
vote
to
for some of
270.
those
So
states, those
Pennsylvania
26
pivotal
states.
as
It
it
is
has
not
been
No, sir.
for
mandatory
so
for
many
every state, though.
elections in the past.
It's not
But
mandatory
again,
for
we're
any
in
state.
nail-biter status.
No,
7
it's
battleground states
26
to
that they
just vote
have
now.
put it
This is
into
where
the
we stand
law
on that
that
right now,
it is
Laura.
damn near
Maurice
mandated
Dubois, thank you
that
so much. And
the
when we come
popular
back, we'll
vote is
have new
supposed to be
results
the
tabling
electoral
CBS News
vote is
America
supposed to be a
Decides
reflection of the
election
popular vote for
2024.
those
We'll be back
26
in a moment.
states. But
No, sir.
it's I could put we could let's
Yeah, pull it up. And I want to let the family know, hey, listen, family, I will block you. So please don't come over here. You know, I'm not even in the mood tonight to be banging on people, but just understand I will block you, family. I've never begged for anybody's support to come to the channel and tap in. If y'all come, you know, just wipe your feet at the door. Don't come in here, you know. You can't just walk and go into my refrigerator. You know, you walk into somebody's house, have some respect for their house, yo, because I'll kick you out. That's all I'm saying. I want you to stay, but I want you to, you know, be peaceful. Brother, the reason I was saying it's not is because the difference between a democracy and a republic. We are a republic at the federal level. We're a democracy at the state and the municipal level. We are not a democracy at the federal level. But please pull it up.
No, I got you. No, I'm listening.
So what I say when I say that we're a democracy at the state and the federal, it means that we as the people, we vote for our governors. We as the people vote for our mayors. We as the people do not vote for our president. It's called democracy is called mob rule. We don't want the mob to pick the president.
Today is election day. Encourage your friends to make a plan to vote in 24.
So the electoral college was put in place to protect the government from being overrun by a mob.
Wednesday, streaming live exclusively on Paramount Plus.
At Lamps Plus, we believe your home should be a celebration of you. We offer thousands of backlights to blend style and function to make you look beautiful as you get ready. Our Lamps Plus designs are based on trends, insights, and
Okay, it is right here. It's an agreement. It's called the National Popular Vote. I have to pull it. But it's an explanation on the law guaranteed presidency candidate who receives the most popular vote in all states shall become the president. But we know that not to happen before. So I understand what you're saying, but stuff is in writing and it doesn't always happen that way. So I'm not disagreeing with you at all.
I just took down the thing while the commercial was on just to hear what
No,
you were
I
having to
heard
say.
you. I'm trying to mute it in the background.
Okay, no, you're good.
No, I'm not and I'm not disagreeing with you at all, bro, because once again, this is a de facto system and we've seen crazy stuff. Technically, Joe Biden was never supposed to be where he is right now because apparently that election never happened or got completed, however they say. But yeah, bro, if anybody understand how twisted the law is with all the different jurisdictions of it is me. And I have to explain that to people. It's statutes and code. What most of us know is common law, which is reoccurring occurrences and where a judge has made a determination because this thing keeps on happening in time. So it's common. It just becomes a law at that point. And then we have equity. The United States is built off of a fallacy, fam. So I don't even trust what we're watching right now. It's just interesting to, like play along with the game.
This is archives.gov, Gov. This is not Skynet or whatever the case may be. And to get the right answer, you have to ask the right question. I'm really big on that. So just to share with the family my question. Does the Electoral College have to follow the popular vote in any state? Answer, according to archives.gov, in an article titled Frequently Asked Questions, there is no constitutional provision or federal law that requires electors, because this is all at the federal level, to vote according to the results of the popular vote in their state. So the state may decide to use something other than their state's popular result to direct how their electors vote. I did a video on this a couple years ago.
But just
Please.
but that doesn't mean that the state doesn't make certain recommendation or implements laws, but they do not have to follow them because it's on the federal level. Because it's 26 states that really want their popular vote, whatever they choose, for that to be their decision for the electoral. But you're right. That's why they vote for the Electoral College. They have the final say so.
You need 34 states, which is called a two-thirds override. Sorry, I'm eating. But here, let's turn up a little bit. I'm sorry. Good brother, can you hear it?
She just low.
Okay. While you're getting that together, Egyptian deity says no Crimala. Crumb 2024. Shout out to you. I appreciate you. I love you. I appreciate you. So at the federal level, the state can't supersede them. Whatever's at the federal level has to be set in stone. The only way the states can supersede the federal is if 2 out of every 3 states implement something. It was interesting you said 26 because you need 34 for anything to be changed at the federal level. Even in the Constitution, if the federal government wants to, if it does change the Constitution for it to be ratified, you need a 2/3 adoption policy. This is for the president, the not the judicial, but the Congress. A 2/3 override is mandatory to veto or overthrow anything implemented as federal policy. That's why they're counting the electoral votes. When you're looking at a democracy, a democracy, colloquially, meaning slang, is mob rule. And they implemented the Electoral College to protect against the mob. The popular vote is just that. It's popular, and it's short for vote of confidence. I think they might be saying something important here. Can you hear anything now? I can't hear anything. Is that me? Oh no, it's like it's
I
muted.
can hear it.
Can't mute.
Let me see.
Level. You want a granular
Here we
data?
go.
This is the city of Philadelphia. These are precincts in the city of Philadelphia. We've talked all night how important turnout is here, but also vote shifts. We're looking at some analysis that my colleagues Corey and Kabir have been running on those precincts, and I can tell you that we're seeing a vote shift at about -2 overall from Democrats
You're saying
2020
something
to
important
now.
about the
And you can see
electoral
it coming
college.
in live, populating here. But the really key thing here, Nora, is in
Oh, the popular
neighborhoods that are
vote.
Latino,
The popular vote
Hispanic
was
neighborhoods,
established in order
including
to,
up in here in
you
the
know,
northern
like
part in Fair Hill,
make sure that
as
people
we get
didn't
up here
write it.
away from the center city, we are seeing perhaps a 6 to 8 point swing from 2020 away from the Democrats. I know a lot of folks
Well, the
talked
popular
about that
vote
might go
is
the
a
other
pulse check.
way after maybe Donald Trump's comments or other comments that they'd heard.
Let's
But
say
no, in fact, that
none of
is
us vote.
going back towards Donald Trump right now. So all in all,
Today's
the
Tuesday.
other thing that's
Today's
really
the day of
important here
war.
is
Check.
it looks like turnout is also tracking to be a little lower. So
If
between that little bit of a vote shift,
voting always
between
occurs on
the
a Tuesday.
Hispanic vote shift that
Did
we're
you notice
seeing
that?
so far, and the fact that
Yeah.
it's tracking a little bit lower
Always.
on turnout, right? Might even come in at under
Voting is always on a
700,000,
Tuesday,
at least right now. None of
which
that
is the day
bodes
of war.
well for Kamala Harris, and that's your
Voting
local
is
level guy
always
in
in
Philadelphia.
November, the month of death.
All right, Anthony Salvanto and Major Garrett, thank you. Were you going to say something, Cecilia?
You
So
know, I was
now,
going to say, viewers may hear what Anthony
Wednesday
just
is
said
the day
and
of
think that
communication.
sounds counterintuitive, right? Given the rhetoric that we have heard from Donald
What
Trump,
happens
this campaign,
theoretically
it's 4
if
years in
nobody
office, and
votes
the
today?
campaign leading up to it. One of the polls that has been the most
If nobody
illustrative for me
votes,
from this
it's
If
entire
nobody
still
votes
campaign
on
no.
Tuesday,
is the
what'll
premise
happen on
that
Wednesday?
2/3 of Latinos who were surveyed
If
said
nobody
that they
participated in the
believe that
popular
Donald
vote,
Trump was not referring to people like
Yes, sir.
them when he spoke about
the
immigrants, and half of
the
the
electoral
foreign-born
college still in
Latinos
place,
said the
and
same
they
thing.
vote in December.
Broadly speaking, Latinos
Right,
are
but
still overwhelmingly Democrat,
why?
but Donald Trump has
Why do
very
we have to vote?
successfully started to get into this
So that people don't
this
riot.
population.
That's the
Many
only
Latinos
reason
seem
why,
to be finding a
as
sense
far
of
as I know.
belonging in Trump's
That's right.
otherism
It's
because
called a
he is
vote
People
of
talking
don't
to them
confidence.
the same
No,
way
no,
he
no, no,
talks
no,
to
no,
white
no.
voters.
Not
They
so that
care
people
more
don't.
about
Well,
economy.
technically,
That's their message from him.
but if nobody
All right,
votes
when we
today, if
return,
all
poll
of us say
closings
forget
in
it,
4 Western states, including
November 5th.
California and its 54
No, we don't
electoral
always
votes.
vote on November
CBS News
5th.
America
We
decides
always
election
vote on a
2024.
Tuesday.
We'll be right
I'm
back.
talking this before.
We don't vote on November 5th. We vote on Tuesday. It's not November 5th. Go check the math. I challenge you, because this person's been in the comments crying for
No,
what I can see.
it's usually like the first Tuesday of November every 4
It's
years.
it's always a Tuesday. It's not November 5th. It's Tuesday, the day of war.
Because
Now,
last time it was the 4th.
well, I think it was the 6th.
Yeah,
Everybody be
it
asking
just
me,
no, it
man,
wasn't
when
the
you
5th.
actually work.
Right,
Bro,
right. It definitely wasn't
get
the
a
5th.
month for
So now,
free.
when you go and look, if nobody votes today, what will the government do tomorrow? If nobody votes today, the government will enact martial law tomorrow. Why? Because your vote is short. The term is called vote. It's not a popular vote. It's a vote of confidence. If we don't vote for this government, that sends a strong and clear message. I want to ask the listening audience, if we don't vote, what message does that send to them, listening audience? If you, me, your mama, if none of us vote, what message does that send to them? If no one votes, the election stops. End of the president and the people take bingo. Here we go. If we don't vote, then the message is that we don't support them governing us. So now the question is, who do they want to lead them? It's not a vote. It's the popular vote. It's not called a popular vote. It's called a vote of confidence. Thank you. If you don't vote, you're an enemy to them. If you don't vote for them, that means you're trying to establish a new government. What? Nobody's voting. Where are the people at? Oh, they over there in Texas somewhere, starting a new government. If you don't vote on Tuesday, the day of war, on Wednesday, the day of communication, they're going to enact martial law, because the first law of life is what? Good brother DJ, if you want to tap in, it's completely I'm
Oh, you
asking
said the
anybody.
first law of life? As far as
Yes,
I
sir.
know, it's self-preservation.
Self-preservation. The government is going to try to preserve itself. You can unmute it if you want.
I got you.
CB decides. Most voters in Arizona cast ballots by mail, and election officials estimate that results could take about 2 weeks to finalize this year. The state's most populous county, Maricopa,
Brother,
has
did you
one of
hear
the
that they
largest
were
voting constituencies in the country.
burning those mailboxes over in
2.6
Seattle?
million voters registered this
It's been
election.
a few.
Let's get more from
If
CBS's
you
Chris Van
Google
Cleve
it,
in
or if you
Phoenix.
go on
Chris, good to
YouTube
see
and
you.
you
What can
type
you
in
tell us about
burning
the early
ballots,
vote?
you're gonna see a lot. It's been
Ooh.
happening.
1.6 million
Atlanta,
registered
they had
voters. We have
several
returns in
bomb
more than
threats in the metro
1.1
Atlanta area,
million
and
that
they
have
said
been
they had came
posted.
from
Now, the
Russia.
early vote,
Stop
particularly
it.
this first batch, these were ballots
Yeah,
that
it's
were
been crazy today.
returned well in advance. Those tend to lean Democratic, and that's what these are
And that's
showing.
why Atlanta
We
polls
expect
ended up
several of the
staying open
races
a little
to
bit later
tighten up
because they
as
had
more
to
and more of
allow
the
people
votes
to
come in,
finish because
particularly
they
the
had
day
so
of
many
voting,
people
which tends to
outside
lean
because
Republican.
they couldn't let them in because of the bomb
Chris,
threat.
there's also an abortion ballot measure voters are
Teach.
deciding. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so in early voting, that is passing by a 2/3 margin. We spoke with the supporters of that measure. It would codify abortion as a right in the state
Is that the
constitution. They
numbers?
feel
What that say?
very, very
91,
optimistic
207?
based on these first returns that this is going to pass here in Arizona. Interestingly,
91
though, we
for
talked to
Kamala, 207
Congressman
for
David
Donald Trump
Schweikert's team.
electoral vote so
He's a
far.
very pro-life Republican. There's been a lot of talk about whether that would make him more vulnerable.
I'm not
His team
100%
believes
sure.
this allows Republicans to vote their conscience
Look super
and vote their
small.
party and reelect him in District 1. So that's
That's
one of
the
the races we're
House.
watching because that, in theory, should
Then
be
the
a very
next one
close
are
Okay.
race.
How
electoral
about the
numbers.
Senate race? How's that shaping up?
There we go.
Well, right now, CBS has it leaning
And I
Ruben
got,
Gallego, the
That's
the,
Democratic challenger, over
it,
Go ahead, bro.
is
Carol
it
My
Lake,
okay?
who
bad.
is a
Is it
local
okay for me to say
television
what
news
state
anchor,
you're
well
in?
known here. She
Yeah,
ran for governor
yeah.
unsuccessfully
And
I stand
2
the
to
years
reason
ago, but we also expect that margin
the
to tighten
reason I
up as
can't
more
take
votes come
anything
in. But
like
right now,
this
CBS
too
News has
seriously,
that
as you were saying
leaning
before, I
as a
remember
Democratic
back in
vote.
Florida,
Chris, any of your sources there saying when we
when
might
George Bush
know
ran and Jeb
results
Bush
of
was
some of these big
governor and they
races,
lost
including the
those votes and
presidential race in
whatever.
Arizona?
You remember that?
It really comes down to how
You
close they
know
are,
his,
Lindsay. If it's
you,
a very,
but you
very
know
close
Florida,
race like it was in 2020,
his
it could
brother
be
was
several
running it, bro.
days. If
It's like
we're talking about several
one thing
percentage
I can
points
tell you about
difference,
Florida.
we could know
Florida
that
gonna take care of
perhaps as
their
soon as
own.
tomorrow. But it's unusual that we
Like
learn that quickly anymore.
Florida
Chris
has,
Van Cleve in Phoenix, thank you so much. Polls are
they
scheduled
have
to
a
close in
habit
4
here.
more
Like they
western
like
states
who
at the
they
top
like
of the
here,
hour.
and they only gonna
California,
deal with
Idaho,
who they like
Oregon, and
here.
Washington.
If
You're
Florida
watching
is a
America
lot like
Decides.
Texas.
Morning, a visit with the
Like
Wayans
Donald
at
Trump was
Papa's
guaranteed to
house,
win
plus
Florida
affairs
regardless
of
of what people thought.
I was going to ask you this as well. What are the 4 most populated states in America?
The 4 most popular states in America.
Populated.
Oh, populated. It would be New York, California, Texas, and Florida.
Bingo. And as you were saying, old girl, she got California.
Mm-hmm.
I think Texas is still, I'm sorry, I think New York is still up in the air. They haven't got a tally, but Texas, I'm sorry, excuse me, I keep saying Texas. New York is still up in the air. Even though your boy is a New York native.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Trump is from New York, but New York has always been blue. But as you were saying,
crazy because if you remember what happened last time with Georgia was always red until the last 4 years when Biden had ran. That was the first time they ever went blue. And that's why you be like, you never know. People get fed up. They get fed up. And that's why I'm like, they even said it on the news earlier. They was like, they're seeing way less votes in California for her than they expected. Donnie talking.
Can you unmute it, please? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. I got you. I was a commercial.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to hear all that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. I think they back.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Probably gotta unmute it. And I think it's StreamYard that's muted though, not the computer.
I got you. It's muted
Lead
now.
Republican.
Okay.
We'll be checking in on the battleground states throughout the night, but we also want to give you results from Western states where polls just closed. In California, Vice President Harris's home state, CBS News projects that she will win there. In Idaho, CBS News projects Trump will win. And over 5 decades, Idaho has supported a Republican for the presidency. And here is where we stand right now in the race to 270, shows Donald Trump with 200.
It like these numbers keep changing to me.
And Kamala Harris
Am I
with
tripping?
100.
They're going up. So you looking at the Senate. You looking at the House versus the electoral.
And so
Okay,
why
yes, sir.
is
Yes, sir.
Georgia now lean Republican?
We will explain that to Nora and the team here in a moment. Anthony, walk us through how we got to this lean Trump designation for Georgia. It's 16 electoral votes in a state that former President
Georgia's
Trump
red?
wanted to flip.
Yeah,
You see,
so
there's
red.
still some vote
So
outstanding,
red.
right? It's
It was,
88%.
and you remember last time it was
What
blue,
I'm
bro.
gonna
That's all
do
you
is show you our models here.
Yeah, because
Incorporate
I
what we
was in
expect
Georgia.
out of
I
that
thought Georgia
vote.
was going to
And
be
so
blue.
when you do that,
Stacey Abrams in the game.
current lead holds up in that model. Now, the other way to show you this,
Hey, man,
though,
they
and why it's a
over it.
lean,
They're over it.
but not a projection, is if I show you that in terms of the range of possibilities here. And what you see is that Trump's range around that estimate is in this red bar, and Harris's range around that estimate is in this blue bar. There is still some overlap here, so we can't be certain.
Bro,
But
I
our
got a
best
confession for the
estimate right
family.
now is that Donald Trump does have that lead, and therefore
I didn't
we
vote.
made it lean. Major, maybe you can talk a little bit about where that outstanding vote is.
Right, because many of our viewers
I
will
did
see
all
that there
day.
is outstanding vote. But what I want to do is take you inside those
And no
bubbles and show you
judgment for
the
anybody who
numbers.
does whatever it is
And
they
the
want to
numbers
do.
tell a
It is what it
about a
is. Either
declining
way,
amount of
but
vote that's out.
I personally
126 in
didn't.
West,
I find it interesting.
38,000 remaining in Cobb.
I don't believe in government. I mean, I do believe in government. My
4,000
apologies.
remaining in Fulton
I just
County.
don't.
29,000 remaining in Henry County.
I don't
So
support
these
the
numbers
current state of the
suggest
nation.
that there would have to be a tremendous push
You
from
don't
the
want
vice
to play.
president
You don't want to play
in
this
those
game,
places where vote
which
is
is
still outstanding
respectable.
and they are historically democratic.
But I do want Trump to win.
Anthony, show the
As do I.
needs and our projection on where the vice president is in terms of the need.
She needs 62%, we believe, right? And right now, she's on track to get 58%. Now,
And
there's
also,
some estimate,
anybody
or
who's
there's a
watching this,
range
keep
around
in
these
mind,
estimates, right? So you say, well,
these
that
are
is
projections
trailing
unless
what
it
she
says
needs,
they've
hence the
won that
lean, but it's
state.
not trailing by
They're
so
saying that
much
these
that
people
we
are
can
set
project the
to
race
win
just
these
yet. But we
things.
do want to give you,
So
like I
just
said, the
because
whole
it,
sense of the
the
race,
state will
and that
flip in a
is lean
heartbeat
Trump. Nora.
if they don't have
All
all
right.
the votes.
Can we do
So
the
just
same
keep that
thing
in
in
mind.
Wisconsin? Because all of us here, when I came back from the data desk with Major, everyone was also surprised about what we saw in Wisconsin. That would dramatically change the path to victory. So can we go through that margin in Wisconsin?
Sure can. Far less relative vote in there, right? We're at 60. We're at 60%. So the needs.
Are there any
doesn't
black people in
quite come
Wisconsin?
into play as much, but we are going to be looking at places like
I
Milwaukee.
think so.
And if I
Matter
look
of
at that
fact,
and then I
yes,
show
I met
you
this
the
really
history there, you see
fine
this
girl when
tells
I was
very
in
much the
college who was
story.
from
So
Wisconsin, and I
far,
couldn't believe
Harris
she was
is
from Wisconsin.
trailing Joe Biden's numbers there in Milwaukee, and that doesn't necessarily tell a strong story for her. Just a little bit behind Joe Biden's numbers in critical Dane County.
Oh,
This is a
Milwaukee.
place where Democrats
It's a lot of
traditionally really
ninjas in
run up a lot of
Milwaukee.
votes.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah,
again,
yeah.
this is not all in.
Oh, you from Milwaukee?
That
Small
tracking
world.
number plus just slightly.
I thought
lower
everybody
turnout,
in
perhaps
Wisconsin was just trying to
that's
get
not
away
enough
from
of a
Illinois.
margin.
Let's walk through the needs and our projections currently.
You got it. Okay, so there's your needs, right? Needs 51% of the estimate. That's not that hard to do, okay? So the trouble is, given what I just showed you in those key Democratic counties, right now she's tracking it getting 44% of the outstanding vote. So again, still a lot of vote to come, still some uncertainty here, but but right now not immediately on track.
And because we only have 61% of the vote in statewide, that's why we have not made a designation in this race. It is still a toss-up based on our estimates, but these are the trend lines.
No disrespect. It's just everybody I know in Wisconsin is from Chicago. I gotta get out of the city. Anybody who trying to get out of the city
And go
always
to
goes to
Wisconsin?
Wisconsin.
Real quick, because
I'm sorry?
I know what's going on in
Respectfully, what's in Wisconsin? Y'all have never
Wisconsin,
been.
just two little pieces. One, let's look at the union household vote in Wisconsin.
But what's there?
Kamala Harris is up
Listen,
50-49.
Don't ask me.
50-50 actually, in what you're about to see on your screen. So it's even flat among union households in Wisconsin.
I'm from Detroit. It ain't too much to do there unless you just
in
like
2020.
yeah.
So
This is the working class.
Oh, you are from the D. What up, though?
Standing to Joe Biden's advocacy for the unions that helped him in 2020, but here in Wisconsin, if Wisconsin is not going well for the vice president, that could be one reason why. Now, one reason it could be.
I didn't realize how close
we talked
Detroit was to Canada. I'm just joking.
Oh, that's like a 40-minute drive, bro.
6 points. So as we watch where each coalition is built,
our people go to Canada to go gamble. Like it's nothing. Like it's a trip to the square,
Joe
bro.
Biden did in 2020.
I think this is a good time to go over to the path.
Felicia says the only thing that I know in Wisconsin is cheese.
Maurice Dubois. So let's play that scenario out.
And
because
beer.
if Georgia goes red.
Yeah, don't you know? Yeah.
Goes red.
Yeah, Wisconsin A. Wisconsin A. That's how they talk out there.
Yes, I thought that's Canadians, bro. That's
Keep me honest.
There are 21 different ways that Democrats can get to 270 plus. Okay, 21 different options for our political unity.
Who printed
If you
this
go
book
through
for
now
him?
and cross out all the Georgia and Wisconsin options, she's down to very few. So this is where we are right now, right?
Yes, we are. We
I
have.
just want to point out that Margaret Brennan has already done that over here.
Yeah. So we're gonna. Hey, at least the guys are asking for directions and using the map, right? So let's use the map.
Is up.
All right.
But Donald Trump ahead at the moment, 211 to 145. So let's go to our hypothetical map and see these paths to victory, right?
So let's make
if Georgia does go red.
And make Wisconsin red.
Wisconsin goes red as well.
So now here's
the crazy thing. Did you see the numbers for the projection? Even the projections aren't final. They don't hit 270.
She'd have to get North Carolina.
Flip
Yeah,
that.
okay,
Give her
here we
Arizona.
Got to take Arizona as well.
Okay, that's one way she can do it. The
They
other
just
way,
giving her ass states.
I'm
That's
looking at
one
this
way she
correctly.
can do it.
North Carolina. We're going to make that red. North Carolina,
That narrows things.
Michigan,
and
Arizona, and Nevada.
Right.
There aren't many options at this point.
Right.
Okay. The other one would be Pennsylvania,
North Carolina's blue.
Michigan.
No, he was supposed to
Arizona
win. He's
was in
winning North
Pennsylvania,
Carolina.
North
He
Carolina.
was. I think they just did that like that.
That's 270, right?
Okay.
Last time I
This
seen he
would
was
go
winning North
red.
Carolina. It must be
Oh.
really close.
Oh, they're going through the possibilities.
Yeah.
Path to victory. Okay, I'm tripping.
The entire country to 287, 251. So there's ways it could happen if Wisconsin and Georgia aren't happening.
Thank you. You made it very clear. Let me bring in Robert Costa, who has some new reporting real quick. Thank you.
Real quick, it's really interesting to imagine all the different scenarios, but I've been talking with my top Democratic sources close to the Harris campaign. They say Jen O'Malley Dillon, who's running the Harris campaign, now believes the blue wall
brother,
is the
just
path to victory.
To make
She
sure
sent
I
out a
put some
memo
respect in
stating
your name,
that,
could you
and
drop a
that's going
link
around the top
to your
Democrats in
IG
Some of the
and
top
whatever
Democrats in
platforms you
Congress
want to
privately
for the
within
people to get
recent minutes
in
have
contact
told
with you
CBS
at?
News that
I
they
got
believe
you,
the
bro.
blue
I
wall
appreciate you.
is the way she
Yeah,
gets to the
definitely.
White
And
House.
during the
She
next
must win
commercial, if you could just kind of plug yourself one
those
more time,
three states.
just for the sake of
I just
decorum,
spoke to a
please.
source close to Speaker Pelosi. Remember,
got
when
you.
I sat down with President Biden in August, he only name-checked one Democrat, Speaker Pelosi, the former speaker, for nudging him out of the race. A source close to her says she's watching everything. She's, quote, still optimistic. Still optimistic. Perhaps one of the most powerful Democrats. That's her phrase, based on a source close to her watching the returns.
Bob, it's interesting. They say she must win, but do they think she can win? There's such a big difference there. You expect people to be optimistic at this point, but it's
come down to the turnout, Gail, in cities and labor. Cities, labor, and they got to eat into the Republican vote in the suburbs. They're still optimistic from Pelosi to others. that she can do it, but they see a narrowing path, but a still viable path. But
I'm gonna be 100% honest with you.
I was just thinking something ignorant about Gail. I was waiting on you to break the silence.
And our reporting, but it's
No, please.
with close context that know about the ground game, like CBS News
I
political
just be thinking about them
contributor
AI
Joel
pictures they
Payne
taking of her and
and
Oprah. They
political
out of line,
contributor
bro.
Leslie Sanchez want to bring you into that conversation. Joel, what are
And
you
I
hearing
don't support Gail or
from the party
Oprah,
right now?
but I'll smash Gail though. I ain't gonna lie to nobody.
Just shared.
You see how she shaped? She shaped like Wonder Woman.
That's what I was
I
just
thought it was narrow
thinking.
coming in to the evening. I've said that
I'm like, they got
Harris
thick ass
was
Gail
a
on
low
here.
ceiling, high floor.
I will put her in a
candidate
bow-legged
coming into this
chicken.
race. I think that holds true. I think
I will put
General
Gail in a
Mallon
figure
Bowen's
4.
memo is correct that it
Oh
seems
my
like
God.
the blue wall is the path. And
No,
I
but
will say this: I think
I just
Democrats
want to
are
level
kind
with
of
the
coming
family, to be
grips
honest with
with
you.
the stubborn
The only
reality
reason,
that
not
some of
the
the
only
bets
reason, there's a lot of reasons
in this cycle
I can't support
may
Kamala
just
is
not pay
because
off.
she
It doesn't
stands
mean Kamala
for
Harris will lose,
the whole rainbow
but it does
thing,
mean that some
and
of the bets may be around
I just
abortion
don't want to
and some
go
of
in
the
that
bets around
direction. I mean, I know
Donald Trump
Obama
maybe
already went
receding
there,
in
and
public
I had enough of that with Obama. I don't want to
did
do the
not
rainbow
come to
black
fruition.
people.
There is still a path despite all
Bro,
that. And
I'm
I
gonna
remember
tell
in
you like
2020,
this.
many Democrats around this time of night felt
I've
maybe
heard her
similar to
say it
looking at the
throughout
map
the
right now the same
campaign.
way that they felt
I
4
heard her
years ago, the
give
same way they feel
split
now. And
conversations
that
here.
race was able to be
Oh, and then
pulled
a
through.
whole
But I
different
think Ed's
angle over
point is right.
here.
I think
With
there are
one to
narrow
be
paths
towards
to
Arabic
victory, and I
people, the
think
other one to be
Democrats
towards
are
Jewish people.
bearing down
One
for
at one point in time she
what
feels a
could
way
be an
about fracking.
extended
Another way
process here
she's
when you
pro
get past those blue
fracking.
wall states.
I'd
Looking
rather
at
deal with a consistent. I'd rather deal with a consistent a-hole than somebody who's gonna be flip-floppy on me.
Fair enough. I totally agree. Now, and I'll say this as well. My biggest concern with Trump, because a lot of people say they don't like him because he be talking reckless. Listen, I don't care about none of that, to be honest with you. No, but the thing about him that really concerns me is he said he was going to give all policemen some type of clemency, where, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot it's called officer immunity. Hold on, let me look it up real quick.
Back to the magic wall or the data desk
Bro,
and figure
I'm
out
gonna tell
what's
you like
happening in
this.
Arizona, because I don't have a good sense yet about what's happening in
Little
Arizona.
young bros I know,
Major, would you?
they
Major
not
and
scared to
Anthony, we'll go to
crash
them in just a
out, and
second.
they
But let me
not
touch
scared of
base with
nobody
CBS
with
News
no badge.
political analyst Leslie
So
Sanchez, because
I
she
don't know
is
how
with
far
us. And
stuff like
Leslie,
that's
I
going
know
to
you've been
go.
with us for most of this conversation. We heard Cecilia's reporting and more about the Hispanic vote. What are you hearing?
I'm sorry, qualified immunity is what it's called. My concern is that Trump is going to give the cops qualified immunity. And I gotta, on one hand, I don't like that, to be 100% honest, because checks and balances are needed. But on the other hand, yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. The YNs, they are crashing out. But we can't. Well, not we, but I.
Are
Because
you mad at it? Are you completely mad at it?
I just can't blame everything on my people, bro. I can't scapegoat. It's us. The YNs are crashing. The cops be out here, shucking and jiving.
European police should not police melanated neighborhoods, flat out. Shouldn't do it.
But you know how we treat each other.
But at least we understand each other.
You got a point there.
They think, bro, you know how some of us look. Like, I've heard women say it. They were like, nothing is more scary than a melanated man. Like, nobody's scared looking at European people. Like, we can put fear in people, all of them people, bro. So imagine how somebody with a firearm and a badge feel, and it's a 14-year-old who is 6'2" with a mustache, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, you got a point. You got a point there.
They should be there.
I'm just and that's just my only hiccup. Obviously, I don't have a dog in the fight. I didn't vote. I'm on the internet talking ish. Family, I'm just a random guy on the internet talking ish. But of the rhetoric that I've heard, that's the only thing that really concerns me. but there is a ocean, a myriad, a cornucopia of things about your boy. I'm sorry, Scamala. You know, and I mean, if you want to say something, say it. Because the next thing I got to say, I'm scared to say it. Oh
I'm
Lord,
listening.
you're putting okay. Oh my God, bro. You know, you can call it toxic masculinity. You call it whatever you want, but bro, I don't want no woman to lead me. The only time I want a woman to lead me is when I'm a baby or when I'm sick or when I'm old. I don't want the quarterback to be a woman. I want the quarterback to be a man I can respect. I don't want the leader of the army that when we go into battle, I don't want it to be a woman, bro. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. But bro, like I need a capable man to lead me. Uh, and I'm sure I'm going to get backlash, and I apologize to anybody I may offend. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
No, like, bro, I'm an adult male. I'm a parent. I'm a husband, fam, and like I'm also a polygamous male. Um, I have I respect my counterparts, but they
Me
don't
too.
lead me. They give me input, but they don't lead me. And any woman who cackle like that, with a neck like that, who wear pantsuits like that, I don't trust to do nothing for me. I'm just being 100. And I'm not. I wish I could play the devil's advocate for you right now, so it could be a bipartisan side or something. But I can't because I don't like her, bro. I just don't.
Yeah, I wish we had somebody to disagree with me, and I am a little bit bashful to even talk about stuff like that because it's kind of taboo in 2024 because we are in the age of the divine feminine. But if there's going to be a woman, I need her to be in her divine feminine. I need her to be, and just like you were saying, the whole pantsuits thing, that's what threw me off with Killary. I need a divine feminine woman. If she's going to take the lead, you got to have a pencil skirt. I think that's what the girls call it, a pencil skirt. Rock your heels, something to, I don't need no masculine woman, bro.
Have you ever seen the movie Woman King?
Yeah, like I think
With
50% of it.
the woman who played Annalise Keaton, I can't remember her name. Viola Davis.
Viola Davis, yes, sir.
And if you've ever read Destruction of Black Civilization, within that book, it depicts multiple female rulers throughout our history over in Africa, correct? And even like how important the matriarchy is in
She is
in
important.
But what you say, bro? Say it again.
Yeah, the matriarch is important. I was just amen co-signing you.
Yeah, but it also intentions, morality, and your own cultural upbringing has a lot to do with that. I don't understand her identity to trust her. I know who Donald Trump is. He's been that same MF for the whole time he been around. He ain't changed. I don't know who she is. She flip-flops so much.
I totally agree with you. And to add insult to injury, for me, it felt like, look, now they got him at 261. I don't understand. What, like, has he won already? Because I think this is the race
no,
to
these still
270.
projections. It's
Okay.
a path to victory.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Me off too. It's
But
145 to 211.
Got you. But to add value, I can't remember what you said now. I'm sorry.
Oh, that I don't trust nothing about her.
Yeah. The crazy thing to me was that it seemed like the whole president, not the whole thing, but the majority of the last 4 years, she was silent night. She was very Batman operating under the cloak of darkness. I didn't really see her anywhere.
Bro, she disappeared after the "We did it, Joe. We did it, Joe" video.
We
I
did
never
it,
seen her
Joe.
ass again.
Bro, her voice, I hate it. She sounded a little bit buzzed. We did it, Joe. Egyptian deity says, y'all saw her endorsement, folks, Diddy's list. Bro, you want to talk about that?
I do, but before we get into that list, because that's gonna be a segue in conversation. How do you feel about Sister Candace Owens?
Well, that's another mixed bag. On the surface, I absolutely love her. Absolutely. But there's only one thing about her that really, really bothers me. You want to take a guess at what it is?
I already know what it is. It got to do with a ring, don't it?
It got to do with a ring. Why y'all always marrying these Yehudis, these small hats, these trying to think of a nice these juicies. Why y'all always marry the juicies? I don't know, bro. It's just weird to me. Like, and that maybe I'm just looking at it the wrong.
Fuentes is her husband. He's like a supposed alleged super racist.
She marrying their handlers. That's right. Y'all marrying these handlers. I don't like that. That's that
I
stuff
have an
I don't
interesting
like.
Trump story about Nick Fuentes, bro.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna introduce you to my homie. His name is Dr. Jamar Montgomery. He actually came down here to Florida to go to Mar-a-Lago with Kanye West. So he was the one that they didn't put in the article. When Kanye West came down here to Florida to go meet with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago, he brought Nick Fuentes, and then he also brought Dr. Jamar. Bro, he told me like just how like Donald Trump was. He was like, homie, be like, y'all want to listen to music? He was like, I got 808s. Like Donald Trump low-key is an N-word, bro. Like he was in there playing Kanye. He let Kanye pick the music and he was in there booming. And this is the same time when Kanye asked Donald Trump. He really said this shit, bro. After Donald Trump called Kim Kardashian a hoe at the dinner table. It was a crazy, crazy time. He told Donald Trump that he wanted him to be the vice president. They was going back and forth over this. Kanye West went to Donald Trump to tell him he really wanted him to be his vice president, bro. And my homie was there, and I was enamored at just the story. But Donald, just from the stories that from the people who I'm close to, who have been around him, fam, he's not a bad person. He's a real person, and the thing he care about is money and how you treat him. That's not a lot to ask for, because if you understand his history, that man ain't been nothing but the same in almost his 78 years of life.
Come on. And that's what I respect about a man of his word. He's consistent. Egyptian deity, we're going to get to you. I just want to mention this to the rest of the family. From here on out, if you want us to touch on something, just tap in with a $5 super chat. Whatever you want us to talk about or to address, drop a $5 super chat, and we'll put you on the to-do list as we cover tonight's election. I'm sorry, brother. Please continue.
Oh no, bro, we are good. So I asked the Candace question, but before that, you had said something else. Do you remember what it was?
Well, let me just go into why I love Candace. Wait. Is this the path of victory, or is this
No.
really
These
is?
actuals right here. It just cut to commercial though.
Cut the commercial. Okay. Well, now that we're on a commercial, brother, if you could plug yourself real quick, I'm gonna put your link on the screen. Just kind of introduce the family to you, just get to know you a little bit more, please.
Okay. Let me mute this up.
So while you're getting that up, I just want to say, yeah, I really, really like Candace Owens. I like that she can be a leader without being masculine. She's a voice without being manly. She retains her divine feminine. You know, she's a proud mother. And I really love how she balances being assertive, being a voice, being out there, but maintaining her femininity. She doesn't come off like she wants to be a man or anything like that. And she embodies the divine feminine a lot better, I'm sorry, than what I'm seeing from the others. Were you able to put your link up there?
Oh,
Again,
I actually had dropped it earlier. I'll drop it again. But
please?
yeah, I got you, bro. There you go.
Okay, yeah. If you could just take a moment to tell us who do we have here tonight, please and thank you.
Peace, everyone. I am DJ Bay, or DJ Johns Bay, official trust fund baby. Trust fund baby. Like, I've been around probably like 15 years now on YouTube. I used to be under Atom Work, so I teach people financial literacy and things along those lines. I have a free community. The link is actually on my Instagram. If y'all ever want to tap in and get any information. I am an author. I've written 17 books. No chat GPT. I did that shit myself. About different subjects, whether it had been indigenous history. I'm also the CEO of a federal research and development company. We also have a tech company that we work on developing automations and software. We have developed a system that allows people to bid on more government contracts at a faster rate. So we can take like 1,000 contracts every 30 minutes, and then we'll source the best from 1,000, and we'll probably break that down to like 20, 30 contracts, and then the system will create the proposals, and it'll do everything except for the final bid for you. And that took a while to develop. We've also had a mirror system that's created like that for grants, and just making sure that we are creating a system to where we can assist our people in implementing themselves into the transitions of the world, whether they be technological or whether they're financial or whether it's law. Just making sure that I can be, like that guiding light in order to make sure that I assist people into, a good position, because I've been fortunate enough to do well myself. So, each one teach one.
Absolutely. Much appreciation for that. And I want to let the family know, as you can see, the link is in the comments. So tap in. I'll put that in the description of the video as well. So if you're catching this afterwards, you'll still have an opportunity to tap in with the brother. Let me just kind of back up because we still have some topics on the table to deal with. So let me make sure I put some respect on a family's name. Was this the one? Saw her endorsement, folks. Diddy's list. Was that the one? I think that was it.
Yeah, that's what you asked me about. You asked me about the Diddy list stuff.
Please, if you don't mind. Oh, well, I'm sorry. Real quick. I think they were talking about men. Let me hear what they got to say.
Demographics among men. So again, we'll wait for those results, but that's what the campaign is seeing, at least in those exit polls. But the ballroom filling up here. The big question is whether Trump will come out and speak. He's been watching the returns at his resort in Mar-a-Lago with family and friends like Elon Musk. So we're just waiting to see whether he does come out here and speak. Lindsay.
CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns in West Palm Beach, Florida. Thank you so much. You're watching CBS News, America Decides. Stay with us.
No, we not.
My apologies, brother. As you were saying, so you saw her endorsement, folks. It looks like the Diddy list. What do you think about that, good brother?
I feel like anybody who may be possibly having any attachments to being a PDF, so we're going to say that just for safety purposes, don't want to get anybody no strikes, but so yeah, for anybody who may have had any PDF activity or been anything close to an Epstein list activity, anybody who could be subject to be coming up on any tapes right now, they're looking for political protection. So if they were wise, and this was the conversation that I had mentioned when it came to Isaac Hayes and fan base, because he decided he wanted to sue Donald Trump for using one of his father's songs on the catalog, and it was what, "Come On, We're Coming Home" type stuff. And I told him, I was like, bro, it's never wise to make an enemy of the future president of the United States, especially if you have a corporation. I was like, he can stonewall you before you can even get started. So if it was me, I would have made my political allegiances with both sides, because you don't know, because we don't control it. Unless you have enough insight to know the way this is going to go, I'm like, you possibly just put yourself in an even worse position because now you've aligned yourself with the opposition, and you know what we do to them.
Amen. Yeah, I can't agree more. I thought it was real funny. I seen this thing on YouTube where somebody put together some old links, videos of your girl Cardi B.
Oh
And
my God.
she came out, because nothing dies on the internet. Everything lives. So something she said on the internet, running her mouth, she said that wait, hold on. Let me see what they say real quick. I'm sorry. You could unmute it.
No, I got you. I'm trying to figure out, how is Cardi B even relevant to be talking to people with what she got going on in her personal life?
And in North Carolina, CBS News now rates the race as lean Republican. Let's take a look at
Oh, yeah, that boy winning.
Pennsylvania, part of that blue wall. The
Oh, that boy
Democrats say a
winning.
must-win for the vice president. CBS News rates this race as toss-up. In
Clearly,
Michigan,
I seen bias.
CBS News
That is
rates this race
surprising.
as a toss-up. The Secretary of State there telling us they
Michigan,
could have
dangerously close.
the vote counted by midnight. That doesn't mean we'll understand or know what that full vote is, but that could come quickly. And Wisconsin,
We have a Democratic governor
CBS
in Michigan.
News rates this race as a toss-up at this hour. Let's check in on more of the Sun Belt states, including Arizona.
Yeah,
Just about half the vote there in Arizona. Look how
50-50.
close it is. Those prized 11 electoral votes. It is a toss-up at this hour. And then Nevada. Again, the vote, not enough of the vote yet in, but we rate that as a toss-up at this hour.
How nervous do you think these people are right now sitting
There's
watching
important
this?
news on the United States Senate. Let's go now to Scott McFarland, who covers Congress for us. Good evening, Scott.
This shit worse than the Super Bowl, bro.
Outsized impact on the next president.
I want to say this, and I'll ask you. I'll ask the listening audience, and we'll get back to Egyptian deity in 2 seconds. Press 000. If Donald Trump don't win, his ass going to jail. You're going to jail. Press 000. If Teflon Don don't win, he going to jail.
They're gonna try it for sure.
Press 000 if you think you're going to jail. You're going to jail. If Donnie don't win, he going to jail.
I thought he got immunity though.
Yeah. He's not going to jail, but I think they're gonna drop the hammer on him. They're gonna drop the hammer on him one way or another. Maybe he's not gonna go and sit in a jail cell, but they're gonna drop some type of hammer on him. Now, here's my thing on the other side. If Donnie do win, Teflon Don, if the Teflon Don does win, he said, what's the zeros? The zeros mean he's going to jail if he loses. If Donald Trump loses the race, he's going to jail. Figuratively speaking, he does have immunity, so he's not going to sit in an actual jail cell, but they're going to put the full force of the law against him. I don't know. They might kick him out of the U.S. I don't know. I'm just making something up. But anyway, if Donnie does win, he's going to send one of them to jail. I think the first one going to go to jail is Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden going to jail. Ellen DeGeneres is going to jail. I think if Donnie win, he's going to tear down the FBI.
Tom Hanks cooked.
Tom Hanks is cooked. Fauci's going to jail. A lot of them is going to go to jail. A lot of them people in the FBI who tried to persecute Donald Trump is going to come in the White House with a vengeance. If he gets elected, either way it goes, whoever gets elected, they're going to tear the other one down. Gates is going to jail.
Nancy Pelosi, she needs to go. Her out ass.
Well, Nancy's reptilian. I don't think they're gonna. I'm just joking. I'm just
No,
joking.
you know that Nancy Pelosi was the one who was like heavily responsible for the riot on the January 6th. Donald Trump had called her and told her they needed more security there. She ignored him.
Right, National Guard. Yeah. But yeah, this is what I think about the Diddy list. Old girl, I forgot her name. What's her name again? Cardi B. If Cardi B said, I will never endorse either way, either candidate. I'm not doing that. I'm not playing those games. And then she goes, and then after the whole Diddy thing happens, I don't know if anybody remembers, but she was defending Diddy before it really got bad. Before the whole Diddy thing happened, she was defending him. Now she's endorsing Scamala. And I think, well, I'll leave it there. Yes, I think a lot of people, they know that it's going to go a certain direction if Trump gets into office. That Diddy list is coming out, that Epstein list is coming out. A lot of things are going to get shooken up because they tried to off Donnie. Teflon Don has had 2 attempts on his life. When he gets into office, he's going to shake things up. And I'm sure these high-level celebrities have been briefed to say, hey, you've got a lot to lose if this guy wins. So you better endorse me. And that's where those endorsements are coming from. And I want to put it out. Let me go to the other one. Somebody else tapped in. I don't think it was a super chat, but it was my good brother Raz. He dropped a sticker. Raz is a big supporter of the channel. I'm always grateful for him. And he always member for 5 months challenge. Big respect to the good brother. So I think that takes care of all the super chats. If anybody wants a topic for us to tap in on, weigh in on, or you want to know what me or my brother thinks, drop a super chat and we'll acknowledge you. But at this point, the minimum would be $5. I digress. So I think right now we're at 172 to 11. Is that the right number?
Yeah, that's right.
Let's see what they're talking about.
That's you.
Remarks in Louisiana to his supporters. He believes he will enter next year as the Speaker of the House should he win the gavel again with more Republicans in the House. He also stated publicly that he believes there will be a Republican Senate and a Republican in the White House in Donald Trump. So you're looking potentially, and to Gail's point, it's early in the night. A lot of votes still need to be counted, but Republicans are already tonight at this hour getting confident about what could be a very ambitious policy agenda next year.
And it's not just Republican senators. These will be Republican senators, very different than the Republican senators who were there when Donald Trump won in 2016. Jeff Flake, John McCain, Mitt Romney, those 3 are all gone. And these are Republican senators who grow up out of and into the Trump politics. It'll be if Donald Trump wins, a different Washington, different Republican majority.
We are pleased to be joined now by South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn. And Congressman Clyburn, good to see you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much for having me.
So what you have seen so far tonight, do you believe there is still a path to victory for Vice President Harris?
Well, there's still a path, but it's thorny, and we'll see how it comes out. The fact of the matter is that the blue wall is still there.
I knew he was a Democrat.
There seems to be some underperforming.
I gotta stop. I almost said so much ignorant stuff.
We were in good shape, but we'll just have to wait and see. It's not over yet.
Mm-hmm. And what about what you just heard from Speaker Johnson, that he is predicting that he will retain control in the House of Representatives that would prevent
Trump getting everything, according to Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin?
Well, I hope he's not.
Michigan and Pennsylvania, them swing states, them important states.
Right, that projection they had was giving it to Trump.
I'm sure it's going to be a long time before we find out what happens in California. There are a couple of seats in New York that I've looked at, 2 that I expected to win.
Arizona got halfway votes,
but the other 2, not so much. So I'm still
Georgia almost
giving up
done with Donald Trump up.
That we'll get them 1 or 2 vote victory.
Georgia got 9% left on their votes.
As you know, we have called Georgia and North Carolina states near your home state as lean Republican at this hour. As you noted, there is still a blue wall path to victory for the vice
I don't
president.
even count.
I know,
They got 2
you know,
for
just
59
about
on
everybody in the
Nevada.
Democratic
Trump
Party.
up
What is their
73.
concern tonight?
That can change.
Where is she underperforming?
There seems to be some underperforming taking place in
North Carolina, almost at 90%.
Pennsylvania, really. I thought that there's some counties in Pennsylvania.
They said Philly
you
was
seem not
cheating.
to be performing as well then.
Donald Trump said he said law enforcement coming to Philly over what they was out there doing.
Still, by
And
less margin than I expected.
I really hate to be negative Nancy
I'm
on this
really
one,
concerned about Michigan as well.
but I want the family to press 111 if y'all believe the Democrats are going to try to steal some votes.
Making predictions based upon
Press
the totals,
111
unless I
if you
knew,
believe the Democrats
they
are
were
going to
coming
try to
from.
steal some
When you
votes.
got 75-80% of the vote in, it could very well be a pocket that would be favorable to us.
I just think so. Listen, I'm gonna press it.
Concessions.
Congressman Jim Clyburn, thank you so much for your time. And
Thank
we
you.
have a CBS News projection for the battleground state of North Carolina and its 16 electoral votes. We can project that Trump will win North Carolina. That is a state that he won in 2020 and 2016. And the Tar Heel state, the last time it went
Yeah,
to
he
a
got
Democrat was
well
Barack
over
Obama
he
in
got
2008. It was a very
146,000
narrow
votes
win
over
for
her.
him. Of course, he had a blowout victory in 2008, and so he was able to carry North Carolina, but that was a surprise to many
Tomorrow
people.
morning,
So this was a must-win
we're
state,
gonna
I think,
wake up.
for
Oh,
President
North
Trump, and he
Carolina
has
actually
delivered
went to
today in part
Scamala.
by turning out strong supporters in rural areas, just as he did in Virginia and other states, as we are seeing
But
tonight.
like
That
these
is
not
where
small
his
numbers.
base is. So that
100,000 votes.
moves Donald Trump to 227 electoral
Some states there's only
votes.
like
Let's
12,000
go now
apart.
to Anthony Salvanto and Major Garrett. Good evening, guys.
So we're going to explain how we were able to make this call. And it's significant, I think, Anthony, to share with the audience. Trump won this state, North Carolina, by just over 74,000 votes in 2020.
That's a
We
lot of
project
red.
he's going to win by a substantially larger number of votes than that.
So this gets very simple. I'm going to show you what the outstanding vote is and where it is. And you think, okay,
I
here
need to know
are
where the
Democratic
BS
areas,
is at.
yes. But you see how these circles, if you've been watching us during the night, have got.
I want to know where the BS is at. Which one of these? Matter of fact, it's probably going to be in Wisconsin, because you know her VP is running Wisconsin. I'm sorry. Her what's that guy name?
The one who want tampons in boy bathroom?
Stop it.
No, he really do. That's not a joke, bro. That's a real thing. I don't lie on people like that. That's a crazy work lie, bro. I wouldn't even do that to nobody. He said that out of his own mouth. He did that.
Dang, Gina.
She chose that man. Not to even mention, because they got the Secret Service. Hold on, because people need to hear this, because this is crazy as hell. So, not to even mention the fact that the Secret Service do background checks on anybody who's doing anything on this level. This fool, somewhere down the line, got into it with a 14-year-old boy while he was a gym coach or a football coach back in high school when he was teaching. This is public information, and this man is running to be a vice president. What the? This is America. This is what we dealing with today. No, bro. Hell no. No. She chose him. This is who I'm supposed to let choose for me?
Yeah. Did you see JD Vance's Netflix documentary?
No, but like JD Vance is like he's so petty, bro. Like Donald Trump picked a good partner. JD Vance be throwing super shade, bro. He even backed Donald Trump on that. They eating cats and dog shit. I'm like, that's the type of homie you need, bro. He gonna support you in your foolishness.
Yeah, I think JD Vance is better than Mike Pence.
For sure.
Yeah, and JD has youth on him as well. He definitely has youth on him because, you know, to be honest with you, Trump Trump ain't no spring chicken. I mean, he's Gucci, ain't nothing wrong with him, but he
moving way better than Biden ass.
Well, yeah, he is. That's the truth,
bro. That man, he like respectfully, he passes physicals. That golfing is a pretty intensive sport, bro. And he golf almost every other day. And then he also, cause he was shaming whatever that lady name. I be butchering her name. I don't really respect that infrastructure to even care enough to say it right. But whatever her name is, he said that he went almost 60 days, no day off. He was like, she's taking days off. I'm like, this man almost 80 years old going no days off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where's Joe Biden at? Taking naps?
That's true. That's very true.
You know he can't operate after certain hours because he's too tired. How are you running this country when the other half of the world is up when we're asleep?
Well, and I think you and the rest of the family already know I'm one of these tinfoil hat dudes. So let me just kind of show my hand, so to speak. I did this video. I don't even know if it's only 3 minutes, so hopefully it plays. Let me see. Oh Lord, all these presidential commercials. I don't know if it's going to work or not. Let me skip.
You need me to stop sharing?
No, you're good. I think we can both share. So this is my thing about your boy Biden.
Why these gotta be my boys? Why you gotta be my boys? You said black girl. You said Joe Biden. I don't like none of them.
My bad. Please forgive me.
Crumb TV.
Yeah, I heard people say that Joe Biden's wearing a silicone mask, and I saw the interview, and it does kind of look like a mask or something, but I wrote it off as just bad lighting. And then this one, his face looked funny, and the hair and on the scalp or whatever, but maybe it's just lighting again or a camera. And this one, I was thinking maybe his skin is just loose and the collar is tight. And then this one, he do kind of like Worf from Star Trek, but maybe it's just because he's getting old. Yeah, this one looked kind of bad. And then I saw this picture. I had to go look at the actual video because they said the silicone mask around his chin was getting loose. But he is like 116 years old or something like that. So it is all weird. But the weird thing was how Donald Trump had said he had a facelift or plastic surgery.
What the hell did he spend all that money on the plastic surgery if he's going to cover it up with a mask? Seriously. A whole deal.
But the crazy thing was when Kamala came back, I call her Scamala, and she had the same thing going on. I was like, okay, this is starting to become too much. You know, that don't sit well with me. And you know, she be saying she black. In the hood, we say black don't crack. And I don't know. I just really don't know.
I don't like her face.
Somebody said the presidential race is so close, you know, it's neck and neck. She reminded me of those reptilians from that cartoon where they just got this, you know, loose neck. But this whole thing is giving me Hollywood vibes where, you know, first it starts with makeup, a little eyeliner, lipstick, and then you just go ahead and get a whole new face. I don't know what to make of this stuff. You know, glamour is a part of witchcraft. You know, the whole deception and all. And then I come across this whole thing with Tyler Perry. It gave me some really weird vibes. That's a mask, bro. But the nail in the coffin was what the CIA said. Check it out.
The other extreme is advanced disguise that you would use for up close and personal for an extended period of time, where the person you were talking to would have no idea that you were not in true face. One of the things that was going on when I was chief of disguise was an enormous research program into the new advanced disguise system. It was basically the masks that everybody always wondered if we used masks, and this was the beginning. This is a series of photographs of when I met George H.W. Bush in the Oval Office.
There's the
and
mask.
revealed to him that I was briefing him wearing a mask. When you go to disguise a person, the general idea is that you're going to meet with someone in this disguise and they're going to write a memo of the person that they just met with. We want every item in that memo that describes you to be wrong.
Yeah, I think the whole Joe Biden thing, that's not even him. That's somebody else in the mask. I don't know, bro. Take that with a grain of salt. Back to you.
He's hardly, bro. Did y'all see like some of his last days? Like that man, he could hardly make full sentences. So I wouldn't be surprised if they gave him a double just so that he could close out until they could pass over, because they chose the geriatric to run a country anyway. I don't know how they expected him to finish out 2 terms.
Not geriatric.
No, he's for sure old as dirt.
Yeah, definitely.
And like I know certain people who are 70, 80, like they still moving around doing it. He's not one of them though. He's not.
No, he's not. Egyptian deity tap back in. Let me see what she says, if that's okay. Her daddy not supporting her. How many Indian Asians want her? Ooh, great question. None. She's a liar. Kamala. You know what, Egyptian deity? You are slick as a can of oil. Factory.
Yeah, her father is he's ashamed of the way she conducts herself. And apparently Harris isn't her actual last name. I believe she carries her marriage last name. She's just using Harris for campaigning purposes.
Right.
That's shady and deceptive.
Come on. Yeah. Yeah.
Bro, it just made me think about, so we were on the yacht. What was that, Sunday? We was on the yacht Sunday, and this one young lady, she decided to lie for no reason, right? You know, like we just conversing with each other and trying to figure out who people are. And we asked, she said she go to school. We asked her where she go to school. Little lady, almost called her heifer, wanted to lie and say she go to FAMU. I'm like, because I went to Cookman and I went to a few other colleges, but I'm like, why you down here in Miami? And then she's like, oh, I'm like, so you don't know where the school is? So that just, I can't trust none of them. I just can't.
Shout out to FAMU, HBCU.
Bro, I love HBCUs. I chose to go to an HBCU over a D1, and then I left. But yeah, it's nothing like an HBCU experience, fam.
Factory. Let's see what they're saying. Is that okay?
I got you.
This in the popular vote right now, Trump has over 59 million and Harris has over 55 million. So he is currently winning the popular vote. When we come back, polls close in Hawaii, and we will continue to follow the latest results. You're watching CBS News, America Decides, election 2024 coverage.
The people speaking.
Yeah. I think it's pretty safe to say Trump is going to get Florida. I think we kind of all.
Oh no, Trump got Florida. He got Florida. Yeah. Florida's all red.
Yeah, totally.
I'm like, the only spots that wasn't red in Florida is the spots where, respectfully, there are people who like to do N-word things, like Miami, Orlando, and like Palm Beach. Them like those are like the only little blue dots in all of Florida.
Yeah, ninjas. Unfortunately. Yeah, our people still in bondage to the Democratic curse from the civil rights era.
We don't read. We don't. If you did, it's YouTube videos about how the Democratic and Republican parties ended up switching positions. And
absolutely.
If you read the Constitution, why would you want to align with that? I'm just asking.
Yeah.
I honestly, I'm not in favor of either party. I'm in favor of what's going to benefit all of us as a people in the nation.
Right. I don't do the political gangbanging.
It makes no sense. It divides the house, and it was strategically established like that for a reason.
Yeah, I'm a politician thought who practices hypergamy. Whichever one of y'all gonna do the most for me, that's what I'm going with.
I don't trust, bro. Like I said, I just gave an example of how motherfuckers would just lie to you for no reason. Kamala does that shit all the time. Everything, I don't believe shit she said. She's a part of the same administration that when they first came in 4 years ago, one of the main advocating points for them was we're going to decriminalize cannabis, and we're also going to remove student loans. Only a small portion of people got their student loans removed. And you just think about, and then why did they wait till this year to do that? In order to solidify their position for now. They're playing with you. That's the bait and hook shit. People don't understand ism, so they don't know what be happening to them when they getting pimped and played, bro. That's all.
Factory. Could I listen to these liars real quick?
I got you.
Across the country are right now. And so the Harris campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, has put out a memo trying to reassure nervous Democrats. She said that this is a razor-thin race, but that they still believe that the blue wall, this trio of states, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, are all within reach.
Michigan red, Pennsylvania red.
She does caution that there are a lot of outstanding votes in Wisconsin that won't come in until 3 to 5 in the morning. Obviously, we know we
They're
won't get,
playing that girl is
some of
poison.
Pennsylvania's votes in
Yeah,
until tomorrow.
I think that's Mar-a-Lago.
But this is
I think that's
basically
Trump
the best you can
Stop
do to
it.
reassure people right now.
I'm done.
Where's that little baby at?
Jim Clyburn, one of the leading Democrats in
Trump
the
is
House,
playing that
true
girl is
veteran,
poison.
expressed his own concerns. He
Yeah,
said
I
there
think
still
that
a
is
path,
Mar-a-Lago.
but it is narrowing. And here at
That's
Kamala Harris
pure
campaign
comedy.
headquarters at her alma mater of Howard University, the
They said
crowd
he
has
inside
been
watching.
extremely muted. They are watching the results come in. They are talking to each other. There's no jubilation whatsoever. They want to learn more.
They said
Nancy, is the campaign giving any further details about when they can stop stressing, essentially when they think this will be a done deal and called?
No, they've said all along that it could be a day, it could be several days. They have always insisted that it was highly
that's Donald
unlikely
Trump
that
playing
we
that
would
music,
know
Zaprine.
the outcome on election night. So that's something that they have been preparing their supporters for some time. What they hadn't prepared their supporters for was the possibility that they
Look,
might
they
be
talking about
lagging
her.
in
That
so
girl
many
is
of these
poison.
battleground
Come on.
states. They had been arguing that they had a chance of sweeping them just 12 to 24 hours ago.
Nancy Cordes, thank you so much. You're watching CBS News, America Decides.
Yeah, I don't see it as being razor thin. I think it looks like Donnie is leading in all the numbers.
So far, we've seen strange things in this place. Remember, we're in a place where people get their own pronouns now, bro. Shit is different.
Bro, I just want to see somebody go to jail.
Why?
Hunter need to go to jail.
Yes, he smoked crack cocaine on live TV. Outlandish.
Remember when they found cocaine in a White House and they said they didn't know whose it was?
We know whose it was.
Come
They
on,
just not gonna
somebody.
tell because they ain't trying to get fired.
I want to see Hunter go to jail. I want to see Biden go to the retirement home.
Biden got immunity. That his ass is he about to go to the crib and get a nanny.
Let me see if I got something else for you on Biden's condition, because
I know he won't pass a cognitive test.
at all.
He probably incognito. That's not funny, but it is, because like he walk around like he wearing Depends, bro.
Stop it. Okay. Check this out real quick.
I got you.
All right, boom, share. Boom. All right, let's talk about Biden.
Crumb TV.
So just to kind of set the context, family, this is from Associated Press, AP, August 5th, 2020. This is 2 years ago. Biden on cognitive test. It says, why the hell would I take a test? So back then they were already alluding to it. Now it's gotten to a point, this is 2 years ago. Now it's gotten to a point where he can't hide it. This has really been an ongoing issue. This is from the National Institution of Health.gov. This is official tissue. This is legitimate as it gets. Alzheimer's disease is currently ranked as the 7th leading cause of death in the United States and is the most common cause of dementia. I'm building something, and I'll pass the mic in just a second, because after I yield the floor, I don't have anything else to say. Okay, gratitude. The most common cause of dementia among older adults. So we've gotten that. These are Alzheimer's disease fact sheets. So we put that out there. We understand when we talk about dementia, we have to talk about Alzheimer's. So now let's deal with it. MayoClinic.org. These are all legitimate sources, folks. Top of the line. A variant of the so-called Alzheimer's gene, APOE4, seems to interfere with brain cells' ability to use insulin, which may eventually cause the cells to starve and die. Unofficially, it's called type 3 diabetes. The main difference between type 1 and type 2 diabetes is that type 1 diabetes is a genetic condition that often shows up early in life, childhood onset, and type 2 is mainly lifestyle related and develops over time. Now we know what type 1, type 2, and we established type 3. Now, we know this is based off insulin resistance, based off sugar. This is from CNN. It's called Joe Biden really, really likes ice cream. Here we go.
Y'all dead. What the fuck? Hold on, wait a minute. You guys, hold on. You gotta rewind this back to the beginning. I was not ready for this. I wasn't ready. Oh Jesus, I gotta mute out for this.
My name is Joe Biden. I love ice cream. Have an ice cream, guys. Ice cream down that way. Y'all gotta eat this ice cream.
The mother with Alzheimer's do not know her own son. Now look.
On there looking like a fan.
My grandma used to say, "Oh, you got a touch of the sugar." Biden got too much sugar. That joint fried his brain.
Bro, I was so happy I'm lactose intolerant watching that shit.
Right.
Like, it just gave me the creeps.
You can't make this stuff up. Let's see what these people are saying.
After time, it came back to immigration, really hard on immigration and the economy. But when I asked, who would you trust to babysit your children? Nobody. Only one person chose Donald Trump. And I just think when you put it in that context, I'd like to know what that says about us as a country. What does this mean? John, is it a brand new party? Is it a brand new day? And we should also say nobody has
That's what-
270.
who would
yet
you
either.
trust to watch
So
your children, bro? Of the
The
two.
Harris campaign is still.
Well, no, well, to be honest with you, neither one. I don't think and here I go again, being toxic masculinity. I don't think men should be watching children, bro. That's a woman's job. In addition to that, old girl ain't got no children of her own. So I don't trust her around my children. I yield.
At a time when the world is.
Hold on, none of them children hers.
Nah, she ain't got. Remember, her thing is ABORTION. That's her thing.
I understand that. That's what I be telling people. She just flipped her whole script on fracking, that too, and a whole bunch. Like, she's so flip floppy. But I thought them children that I seen, I thought them was her biracial children.
Them children are juicies. But yeah, no, she ain't got now child to her name. She ain't got nah child to her name. And her and
Donald
that
Trump
man,
at least got children, bro.
right, he got all types of kids. But she's only been married to that man like 3 years or something. They ain't been married for like forever. Remember,
So she got married during her political campaign, while she was VP?
Hold on, let me see. No. I'm sorry. She was married before she was BP, but they haven't been married. No, them kids. He was in another marriage when he had those kids.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. How long has Harris been married? Kamala Harris. How long has Harris been married? Question mark. Why they not telling me?
Yeah, I don't know. I let my children. They aunts. They ain't got children. They be watching my children. I don't trust her cackling ass. And I'm like, I don't want nobody who lie like around my children. I rather it be Donald Trump as like, Santa Claus isn't real. Here's $100. Like, I'd rather some shit like that, bro.
But Trump said he don't drink, he don't smoke, so he's the more sober one. I think she is more. She likes to drink or whatever like that.
She said, I smoked a little weed before.
Yeah. I smoke. I drink. The thing. Yeah. She
used to party with Montel.
Yeah. The big crybaby Montel. He'll cry in a heartbeat. 2013, she got married.
You talking about Montel Williams?
He'll cry in a heartbeat.
I don't know. Maybe it's a bald head thing. I don't know.
You know what?
I don't mean no disrespect on my bald head brother. Some of y'all dangerous as hell.
Factory.
Bet from day one of this campaign, there's a belief inside Trump's campaign tonight that it could be paying off.
Do you think he'll still say, Bob, the election was rigged?
If he wins?
Yeah.
I doubt it.
Yeah, I doubt it too. I doubt it too.
It is still early in the night with a number of votes to be counted. Let's go now to Major Garrett at the data desk because we have not projected 6 of those 7 battleground states. We want to know what we see as those votes are coming in. Major?
So, Nora and team, there
Bro,
are
that's a lot
toss-up
of red,
status
bro.
for Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. That is a fact. We have not changed or altered our projections. But there are trends within the toss-up designation that we must look at closely. I'm going to start in Wisconsin. I'm going to move across the so-called blue wall. Let's look at Wisconsin. I'm only going to show you one thing.
Give him that damn state.
What Kamala Harris needs, the vice president needs to prevail in Wisconsin and capture its 10 electoral votes. You see that, 56%. What does our estimate reveal? 45%. That is a substantial gap. Let's now go next door to across the lake to Michigan. All right, same question. What does Kamala Harris need? And we're talking about this in the sense that this is what her campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, has said is the place that this is a still winnable race. 52% in Michigan, outstanding vote. What is our CBS News estimate of the outstanding vote that she was likely to capture? 48%. That's a 4% gap. It is not catastrophic, but it is not a positive directional indicator. Let's go to Pennsylvania. Again, the same basic question. What does the vice president need? And what do we project?
You seen what pen look like?
57% is the need. 53%
No, what it look like?
is the CBS News.
That shit was
current
all
estimate.
red down there.
85% of the vote in.
It looked like
These are
Trump
trend
wanted to win
lines
in
beneath
Pennsylvania,
the
but
toss-up
Michigan too
designation.
early to tell
And these
for
are
real.
not trend lines that augur well for the Harris campaign. And to Bob's point, that is why at Mar-a-Lago, the Trump inner circle believes what they have always said has come to fruition, that Trump is a turnout machine. If he was polling equally in this race, as he was in all the battleground states, he was going to overperform, even if it's just a tick or two, and that would make him highly competitive in every single battleground state. That is the trend beneath the toss-up designation we're seeing playing out right now.
That is quite illustrative. Major Garrett, thank you. And Caitlin Huey-Burns is in West Palm Beach, Florida, at Trump headquarters. And Caitlin, what are you hearing?
Hey, Nora, good to be with you. Well, Major just mentioned Pennsylvania. Donald Trump's home state essentially is here in Florida, but he had essentially taken up residency in Pennsylvania. I have been on the road with him all year. I've been to Pennsylvania at least once a week for the past 6 weeks. That is so centerpiece to their campaign. But I would also note that I covered Trump's first ever rally in New Hampshire, the first day that he was a candidate, and also covered his last rally as a presidential candidate last night. And in those intervening years, he has not changed a bit. And that's important because Trump's theory of the case has been that the American people and especially the Republican Party would come on board with his ideas, no matter his style. And that has served him well in the Republican primary. And their theory of the case was that there was 11% or so of the electorate that wasn't engaged in politics, wasn't watching the same media as the rest of the country, and to kind of tap into Trump's style would be able to pull those voters in. Now, that was a huge gamble. They were depending and are depending on those low propensity voters, but they felt like those two issues would make the deal. And I can't underscore enough how immigration has been centerpiece and the closing argument to Trump's campaign this time around and for nearly a decade.
Caitlin Huey-Burns. And coming up, we're going to talk with someone who knows Donald Trump well. CBS News America Decides, election 2024. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
What a time to be
Projected winner of Hawaii. Screw Hawaii.
You said screw Hawaii. You got me forgetting about them. No disrespect.
I think Hawaii got like maybe one electoral vote, if that, like a third of a vote. Hawaii don't even count for real.
That's crazy.
But yeah, I just don't want. Yeah, I guess I'd have Trump watch my kids because Trump has kids. And old girl, she tried to convince my kids to be rainbow. And rainbow smoking, ABs, and that type of weirdness. And I don't think Trump would do that. Trump, he has his son. What's Trump's youngest son name? Brother, don't say it if you know it. Somebody in the audience. I want to engage the family in the audience. Can somebody tell me what Donald Trump's youngest son name is? I can't remember his name to save my life. But Trump, he has children. And I think Barron, that's it. Barron, I think he's like 18 now or something like that. But at the end of the day, he's had younger people in his household versus Scamala. I think the youngest child in her house is like 25 or 29 or something like that. And I think that one daughter of Scamala, Scamala's stepdaughter, who's weird. Like, I don't know. Have you seen?
When children respect her, that's always an issue with children. They don't be. I'm like, and then she only a few years in. You have to earn that with children. She probably getting terrorized at home. Trying to run the country.
I said Scamala. The thing does not know what Scamala is. But yeah. Here it is. Here it is. This is one of her daughters. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Let me see if I can share a screen for you real quick. Yeah, this girl right here, I do not want her around my children. This is the one that makes me feel, where's my, hold on.
I got young children. They'll grab her by the neck and they'll be hanging from her skin. You know how
what?
little babies got quick hands?
This one right here, she looked like she will diddle your children. She will diddle your. This is Scamala's stepdaughter. She will diddle somebody.
They're not her children.
I mean, that's the
Jamaican Indian.
Right. That's the child that's in Scamala's house. That's the juicy girl from his previous wife, ex-wife, whatever. But nah, I don't want my kids around her. Not around her.
I'm not trying to be funny, but you remember, like, who was that? Charlize Theron, like all them European like people who go buy, you know, like, or go adopt little melanated children and stuff, and then when they grow up, they be super weird. She looked like she one of them.
She looked like
She looked like she want to adopt some little melanated kids and raise them, do weird stuff with them. Like she looked like one of them.
Yeah, she definitely does. I don't trust her nah bit. I don't trust her worth nothing. She looked like a PDF.
Oh my god.
I ain't gonna lie to nobody. But yeah, I'm sorry. Back to you, brother.
No, that picture looked like it smelled like bologna. It was just crazy.
Yeah, I'm done.
Let me cut the volume. Hold on.
Is that good for the economy?
So we've been on this deficit problem now for the last 6 or 8 years, and it really got exasperated with COVID. You know, if you look at
what spending that was enacted under Donald Trump.
I said 7 or 8 years we've been under this problem. It's not a new problem. But if you look at what's been going on in this country, tax revenues have stayed about equal. If you look at revenues to GDP, and that's the right way to measure it, how much of the economy are we collecting? What's really changed dramatically in the last 3 or 4 or 5 years is how much of the GDP we're spending. Expenditures as a percentage of GDP have changed quite dramatically, and they've changed quite dramatically.
189 to 230.
We have to realize that the spending to GDP has to be brought under control, and that's before we get to the issue of the Social Security Trust Fund, which is ultimately going to run out of money in the next 7 years, and we're going to have to curtail benefits for seniors, which I don't believe we will ever get.
I heard what he said,
I think
right?
we will fulfill our obligation
what
to
he
pay seniors their benefits.
He said we ain't getting no damn Social Security.
Tonight,
Yeah,
but
that
for
shit gonna be
everybody
gone
who
in 7
knows
years.
the pie chart of the federal government, about 2/3 of it is entitlements.
Yes.
So if you ever really want to take a whack to federal spending, you have to take a whack to entitlements. And for entitlements, it's Social Security, Medicare,
by
and Medicaid.
2030,
so
no
are you
Social
suggesting
Security.
that under Donald Trump, he would do that?
No, I'm not. I'm not suggesting that
But
at
you're
all.
saying that someone should?
I'm suggesting there are many other places where we're going to have to take a hard look of how we spend our money and how
There
efficiently.
aren't any other major places. There's entitlements.
There are other places. You're right. It's 2/3. There's discretionary spending. There's military spending. How efficiently do we spend our military money? Are we spending our military money on things that we need today? Or are we spending our military money on things that we bought 10 years ago that made sense 10 years ago? And they're creating jobs in certain economies. Now, that's important. The jobs are really important. But I think we have to take a fresh look at everything we buy in the country, why we buy it, and why we spend that money.
Was there anything about Donald Trump's presidency where he exercised fiscal constraint?
Yes, there were places where he exercised fiscal constraint. I think he took advice from some of his advisors on places where he would have spent additional money had he not listened to some of his advisors. And if you look at the spending during that period of time, we were 2 to 3% lower in spending to GDP than we are today.
Gary, you were the architect of the Trump tax policy that was put in place in 2017. He's campaigning saying he's not going to tax Social Security income. He's not going to tax overtime. He's not going to tax tips, something Vice President Harris also says. There are a number of things. It floated not having income tax. The Republicans look like they may get control of the Senate. Do you think a Republican-controlled Senate would do any of those things?
Well, you also need the House, potentially. So remember, we've got
You think
legislation.
they would do that?
Legislation starts in the House, works its way to the Senate, and then gets to the president's office. So we don't know what the House is going to look like at this point. I think that what candidates promise on the campaign trail and what they do in reality are two different outcomes. You know, it's very interesting to go promise. As you said, both candidates went out of their way to promise the electorate certain things that cannot be delivered. We, at the end of the day, you know, we are going to have.
I don't remember no campaign promises, not to us.
As you point out, we have enormous entitlement
You
programs
talking
in
about
this
from
country.
Donald?
We have interest
From
on the
either
debt. We have to service our debt. We have a military.
Oh, they
we
said
have
they're
to
gonna get
invest
rid
in
of
the fact. We
cannabis.
have to continue to invest more.
The cannabis
We
laws.
can't do that without raising money.
Bro, I
So
done
if you're going to
smoked so much
change
Donald
the
Trump
tax
said
and not tax certain buckets of income,
he didn't.
and
He
you're
want to
going
get rid of
bring back
federal
salt
income
deductions
tax.
because
Trump said
both
that shit.
candidates want to bring back salt deductions
State
as
and
well.
local tax
State and local
deductions
tax
that would apply here
deductions.
to
Yes.
the coasts.
Well, that's true.
The amount of
Oh,
taxable
did you
income
hear
that we're
Trump say
have
he's
in
going
this
to take the
country is
fluoride out of
gonna
the
be
water?
very small, and it just won't work.
And
so I think we're going to have
That's
to
real.
deal with the
No, I
reality
didn't. But
of
that's if
trying
you
to
do, that's
look at
what's
our
up.
fiscal
That shit's
position
real.
and be somewhat responsible and get our debt to GDP back into a normal
Michigan
place.
was
But
the first state to put
Trump
fluoride
Vance
in water
campaign
in the United
promises
States,
to solve all of that through tariffs,
Dang, I didn't
which
know
are
that.
blunt instruments.
and
Gary,
they call
I
it
know you
pure
don't
Michigan
like them.
based off the water.
So, I mean, can you bottom line that for us, though? Because if we are being told that there are going to be tariffs put on goods, they will raise costs for the poorest people in this country. What they buy is going to become more expensive for them.
So again, I won't categorically say I don't like tariffs. Tariffs have an important role to play when a country is dumping products or selling products in this country that we manufacture substantially below the cost that we manufacture them at, because they're run by state-owned enterprises, so they don't pay for capital, they don't pay living wages because they don't have to, and they don't care about the environment. If you have those three competitive advantages, you can produce a product substantially cheaper than we can in the United States. If you're doing that and selling your product here in the United States, we should impose a tariff on you as a country and the product. If we don't manufacture the product in the United States and we're putting a tariff on it, I agree with you. We're putting a consumption tax on our consumers, and therefore they will be able to consume less products, and therefore we will stop.
Yeah, this right here
growth.
is some
We
BS
We
now.
won't stop. We'll slow down.
No,
economic
that's
growth.
valid.
not
What you
what
talking
we
about? What
want.
they saying right
Gary,
now?
if he takes the White House again,
It's all
he
it's
asks you to come
valid
back. Would you go
because
back
let
to
me
Washington?
mute it real quick.
You know,
because I'm gonna I completely understand, and I'm in favor of tariffs in that same aspect, mainly because, like how they said, you have countries who it has become very affordable for them just to import whatever the hell they want over here, which has limited the industry for us. Also, it makes it harder for people to be able to get well-paying jobs because we aren't producing certain things that the country used to produce. So by implementing these tariffs, I'm on the Joe Rogan podcast. Donald Trump said he'd probably do a tariff of like 100 to 200% on like they wines and champagnes from Italy and stuff if they didn't agree to some terms, right?
Right.
And it is so difficult for them to manufacture that type of product here in the United States. They damn near have to either do what he want or they got to pay that fee. Now, when it comes to like chip companies and stuff like that, it's very beneficial for that because now he's forcing these companies to come into the United States, build industry, create jobs here, and then we become the country that's producing our own stuff again. But he's making them pay for that out of their own pocket because he's implemented these tax for them just to be shipping stuff in. So it's cheaper for you to come over here and make it versus you keep on shipping it. I respect the numbers.
Yeah, I totally agree. As far as I understand, taxes are something that can be implemented on the people at home. Tariffs are something that can be implemented on people who are not in America. And what they're saying is if you raise the taxes, if you raise the tariff, the things that we get from other countries are going to be more expensive. And I totally get that. But if the things that are going to be out of this country are more expensive, that's going to mean that we're going to start shopping at home more. We're not going to buy the made in China thing. We'll buy the American made thing. And and if we start buying things in America, then there's going to be more jobs and more industry and more manufacturing and blah blah blah. So I don't see how tariffs are a bad thing at all, because this whole, from where I sit, from the last, I don't know, 20 years, made in China or made in India or Taiwan is synonymous with made poorly.
And that's probably almost, I'm looking around like damn near everything I got in here, I'm pretty sure came from overseas. Everything. From the computer to the table to the mics, all this, I'm pretty sure it came from overseas, fam.
Yeah, a lot of stuff that I have in my house is made overseas, and that's because that overseas stuff is cheaper. That the IKEA stuff.
Oh hell no, I didn't. I can karate chop through an IKEA table, bro. I learned my lesson young.
Right.
I can't do IKEA no more. That IKEA is a stretch from quality, bro. But it'll get you by for at least 12 months. After that, I don't know what to tell you. I said like Family Dollar furniture, bro. It's not meant to last.
Factory. Brother, before we get back to the thing, I want to, because we are around here. Okay, so we got North Carolina and Georgia, and it still looks like Donnie is leading. Before we go back to this, because we are rounding on the second hour of this broadcast, if we could just take a quick commercial break for us, and if you could tell the family, if you could drop the link first, and after you drop that link, tell us who we're talking to and where we can find you at.
Oh, you brought me out here to work, bro. God. No, I just dropped my link again. Peace, everybody. Once again, I'm DJ Bay, official trust fund baby. I love to get money, so I teach people how I've been able to do all the things I've been doing, and fortunate enough to scale on social media and in business in the last 15 years. I've helped thousands of people to increase their wealth, make more money, get access to funding, get access to government contracts, implement technology in a company, even just conversing with people and just giving them insight. And like I said, I have a free community where I share information with people. I give away a lot of free things, free ebooks, things that I've made. And also I give people access to pretty much anything that I have access to, I share within my community. It's just, I love what I do so much. It's pretty hard for me to charge for a lot of things, just because if you want people to do well, you always do your best to look out for them, but you also have to have a respect for the game, because if people don't put any skin in the game, they usually don't respect it. So there got to be a little bit of balance in it. But out of 15 years, you learn a lot. So if there's anybody who's looking for any assistance, any business development, status, UCC, any form of documentation, credit, and I have other sister companies and people who I partner with. I actually probably have one of the best trade line plugs that exist, because most of the people who y'all be seeing online who be having big chains and stuff, they've used my trade line person in order to get that stuff. And I don't, anybody who I do business with, I don't middleman it. I put them out front because they deserve the light, especially if they want it. So if anybody want access to anybody in my network, I'll directly connect you to those people. And it's just about making sure that we, each one teach one. We help each other.
What about the genealogy thing?
Oh, genealogy, I just do a quick consult and I walk people through the steps on how to set it up. One of the main things, like I'll tell y'all right now, so I recommend that you do no DNA test is needed. The way how we do it is based off of birth and death records. Then we're really searching for who slept with who in order for you to get here. And per you going back as far as you can through companies like MyHeritage and Ancestry, and you documenting the family tree, it actually can give you some legal leverage, and then you have access to understanding what your family possibly left behind for you. One of my grandparents was one of the largest landowners in Alabama at one point in time. And not to mention, I am a Lenape American Indian. My grandparents were the first to sign a treaty with the United States back in 1778. Documented. My uncle is Killbuck and my grandfather is Chief White Eyes. And there is a statue of my other grandfather in Pennsylvania right now, standing on a turtle. So yeah, I help people to do the same things that I've been fortunate enough in order to do. So
thank you so much for that. I greatly appreciate it. Let's go back and see what they're saying, if that's okay.
No, I got you. I got you. And once again, bro, I appreciate you for bringing me through.
Glad to have you, brother. Thank you again.
Breaking news from the CBS News data desk. CBS News now rates the Wisconsin presidential race as lean Republican. All eyes on these 7 battleground states as our data desks analyzes the incoming vote. Let's take a look at where the presidential race stands at 12:30 a.m. in the East. Big number 270. That's the number of electoral votes needed to win. With the results so far, Donald Trump has 230 electoral votes and Kamala Harris with 189.
Donald Trump got to be feeling good right now.
In the blue wall states, CBS News rates the states of Michigan and Pennsylvania as toss-up, and then Wisconsin as
Trump's still leading,
Republican. And remember, Wisconsin, they're part of that blue wall. We now rate it as lean Republican. Along the southern route of battleground states, CBS News characterizes Arizona and Nevada as toss-up. Georgia, CBS News rates as lean Republican. And as we mentioned earlier, CBS News projects Donald Trump will win North Carolina. We have new reporting at this hour. Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes is at the Harris headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C.
Oh, that was Harris that was playing that shit.
Nora, CBS News has learned that Vice President Kamala Harris is now
very
likely to travel here to Howard University.
My bad.
Home about 2.5 miles away to deliver any
Trump
kind
like
of
rap
address
though.
to
He do.
supporters gathered
He like
here.
rap.
Things are still just too uncertain. The former president Donald Trump has not made any remarks, and so we are being told that it is unlikely she will come here to say anything either. The question becomes, if she doesn't come here to speak to the thousands of people who are still gathered here, yes, the crowd has thinned out somewhat, but there's still a lot of people here who think they're going to be hearing from her. The question becomes, does she have someone else come in her stead to basically address the crowd and explain to them that the vice president is not going to be here to speak herself, much in the same way that we saw John Podesta come out at the Javits Center in 2016 and let the crowd there know around 2:30 in the morning that Hillary Clinton was not going to be having anything to say that night. The Harris campaign has made it pretty clear that they're putting all their eggs in the blue wall basket, and they're holding out hope for some kind of turnaround in those states. They're hoping that they get a big rush of votes from urban areas, but they also acknowledge that a lot of those votes are unlikely to come tonight. They're expecting votes from Milwaukee somewhere between 3 and 5 in the morning. They know that Pennsylvania takes days to count, so it appears that they have made a determination that there's nothing that Harris could say tonight that would make sense, and so she's going to hold off.
All right, Nancy Cordes, thank you. I want to bring in.
She just come off as lazy to me.
Robert Costa. And Robert, you just heard Nancy saying we likely will not hear from the vice
the
president.
The reporter,
from Donald Trump.
Donald Trump, the former president, is likely to speak tonight at some level. Whether he declares victory or not, we don't have any reporting on what exactly he's going to say. But it is likely that he heads to a victory party or to some kind of celebration of his reporters to give an update on the count, at the very least, to give an update on his perspective. Many Republicans across the country are telling CBS News at this hour that they remain increasingly confident that Republicans will win the White House, the House, and the Senate, but the count remains to be counted in so many of these states. So many top Democrats, I'm talking about people I really trust as sources on the Democratic side, are growing alarmed, frankly, as they look at these numbers.
And what is in particular in the numbers that's alarming?
They're not seeing the kind of support they need to from working people in the Midwest. labor union members. I talked to Sean Fain, the head of the UAW, and other labor organizers. They were confident
Don't
all
blame
night.
that on the
But
Midwest. We
former
don't
President
love
Trump,
her
with his
there.
message on the economy and immigration, in the view of my Democratic sources, has been able to make gains with working people who are affiliated with unions or in a union by talking about the border again and again.
I think it's important now to go back to Anthony Salvanto and Major Garrett to look at where the outstanding vote is in these blue wall states and the additional battleground states. Major?
So, Nora, I told you in the audience a few moments ago that there were trends beneath the toss-up designation. Those trends have continued to play out in Wisconsin. That's why we have changed the rating to lean Trump. First thing I want to show you is the vote margin. Why do I want to bring our audience's attention to that? Just remind ourselves, 2016,
That's
Donald
all
Trump won
red.
Wisconsin by just over 20,000 votes. 2020, President Biden won it by just over 20,000 votes. Look at the margin right now. It is in the range of 100,000, and there's a reason for that. Look at Milwaukee County. They're talking about that at the Harris campaign headquarters. 60% in. How does that compare with 2020? The vice president is running well behind what President Biden achieved in Milwaukee County. That's one of her problems. In Dane County, that's Madison. About equal, but still a little bit behind. And I can tell you, Nora, this red area of Wisconsin, redder than it was in 2020, which means former President Trump did precisely what his campaign said it would attempt to do. Run up the score in internal parts of Wisconsin, rural parts of Wisconsin, and try, if they could, to eat into any percentage gains in urban areas. And that's precisely what's going on. Let me show you Racine County. Harris running behind the president.
But how many urban, like respectfully, y'all, I know some of y'all
also
here.
running behind.
How many
These
urban
are
areas is
systemic
in Wisconsin?
problems
Shit.
for the vice president. And we're going to go to that
Besides
crucial
Milwaukee, I don't
definition
think there's any.
of where things stand. 58% of the outstanding vote. What do we believe our projections of that underlying vote is achievable? 47%. That is becoming a gap that presents us with the designation moving from toss-up to lean Trump.
So can you do that because
And I'll just throw this out there for the family. If there's something that you want us to acknowledge, address, look at, consider, drop a super chat. The minimum is $5, but if you drop a $5 super chat, we will acknowledge whatever it is you have to say, talk about it, examine it, and see if we can dissect it and make some sense of it. But yeah, I just don't see Scamala winning this. I think she put in 2 or maybe 3 times as much money as he did, but Trump did the whole energy thing. Trump really put himself out there in terms of just raw energy. And she didn't want to do any interviews that were hard.
Can
You
can
know,
we touch on something you just said real quick, bro?
please and thank you.
You mentioned how much money Lil Baby made, right?
Right.
I don't think these people realize, like that may be a tax write-off, but they don't gotta get that shit back. They keep that. That money goes to the Democratic Party for future things. Even if she don't run again, that's not even hers.
Well, I'm glad you said that because yeah, it's definitely not hers. That was Joe Biden's money, and after he pulled out at the last minute, she inherited that money.
Remember
So
her first few days after like saying she was running, melanated women rallied up millions of dollars for her ass.
I remember that as well. Do you know when Trump gained most of his money?
I'm outside of from himself, corporate entities.
No, when he took that mugshot.
Oh,
When he got locked up and took
we could relate.
and and a lot of people rallied behind him at that point. That's when the lion's share of his money was generated, but he didn't even generate a third of the money she generated because it was her money plus Joe Biden's money as well. So that was kind of a point of contention where she didn't even have to do the work.
It's
But
crazy.
yes,
People really like hate this country. Like we live in like we spoiled as hell here. But it's just amazing to me that people really like can say crazy stuff like that. When you can wake up and legit become a millionaire here, and this motherfucker struggling who can't even afford flip flops. And you have the audacity to work off of a Cobalt phone and talk shit about the place that allows you to be so damn spoiled. Nuts. Crazy work.
and I'll say this as well about Scamala. Scamala really has a lot of the Hollyweird and the Boule. She got a lot of those. Remember, D.L. Hughley, he's a part of the Boule. And I'm not just saying Boule, I'm talking about the fraternal orders, the fraternities from the colleges, the fraternities and the sororities. Steve Harvey is a sorority boy. What's that skinny dude that Cat Williams was going hard against? What's his name again? He's a comedian. He always wears dresses.
Smiley?
Ricky Smiley is a boule. Steve Harvey's boule. When I say boule, I mean these fraternal
Like
orders.
they belong to, you know, like Alpha Kappa.
Right.
Yeah.
Groove sci-fi, not sci-fi. Groove something. But yeah, all those fraternal orders from the colleges. She had a lot of them backing her. So when I say boule, I'm not speaking generally. I'm talking about the college fraternal orders and sororities, as well as the Hollyweird industry. Versus Trump had more of a grassroots, and he had the Divine Nine is what they're called. She had the Divine Nine backing her, and she had Hollyweird in the entertainment industry. Trump had the grassroots, and he had the white leaders, Joe Rogan, Elon Musk, blah blah blah. Those types.
She got white corporations backing her because she has postured herself to say that like companies like Apple and stuff are postured with the Democratic Party, but Jeff Bezos was blocking some of her ads being ran on Amazon and stuff. So it's a business divide too.
Well, yeah, if you Google Biden Rogan, because they had the biggest podcast interview of 2024. The first biggest podcast interview of 2024 was Cat Williams and Club Shay Shay.
Yeah.
And he blew that out the water. However, if you Google it, you can't find it because the machine has shadow banned Joe Rogan for siding with him. And my point is, Scamala has got those people in her pocket who control the media because she's married to a juicy.
Yeah, and when I watched the full thing. When I watched it, it was probably like 3 days old. It already had 33 million views.
Which one? Yeah.
The Rogan one. It already had 33 million views, bro.
Yeah, I think I looked at it today. It was like at 45 or 48, maybe.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
Shannon Sharp didn't even come close to that with the Cat Williams joint, bro.
Not even. But yeah, I went and looked for it because I was wondering if it was still shadow banned, and I had to go to his website. I'm sorry, I had to go to his YouTube channel. I couldn't just Google it, even though it's the biggest video of 2024 on YouTube. You still can't find it unless you go and actually whatever. 44 million is what the family's saying. So there you have it. Let's see what this dude is saying.
Tomorrow, she will be back here tomorrow
He wanted
to
the
address
blue
not
one.
only the HU family,
Yeah.
not only to address her supporters, but to
Boulay,
address
Hampton University.
They born him.
So thank you. We believe in you.
They
May
born
God
that
bless you. May
hairline
God
too.
keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Told you.
And there you have the co-chair of the Harris campaign saying it's okay, everybody can go home. We're not going to have a decision tonight, and the vice president is not coming out to address, but we'll speak to the crowd tomorrow.
That is not going to land in a comforting way with Harris supporters, I think. And Nancy said it. We've all been talking about it, how
Donald
extremely
Trump gonna eat
reminiscent
that shit up.
this
He
feels
about
to
to pop out.
2016.
Soon as
And
he
the
heard
campaign
that,
manager,
bro, he gonna pop out in the next 30
coming
minutes.
out to those microphones. I was in that room addressing the crowd,
Yeah, they
saying you
left
will hear
quick.
from her, but you're not going to hear from her tonight. And then we ended up
Sleepwalking.
next day.
And also saying too, Cecilia, everybody we still have hope. There's still a path. It's a
Oh,
big sense
Lord.
of
You
he
ain't
did not case
you
it.
ain't gotta tell me
Deja
He didn't
vu.
say we still have a path.
You know
He
she
said
lost.
the
They
votes
going
are being
home.
counted.
Yeah, he said the
But he
votes
didn't
are
say
still
we
being.
still have a path.
But he said the votes
Too
are still
late.
being counted, and that leads you to believe that there is that there still is hope. He didn't say, look, there's no chance. He said the votes are still being counted. So, there's a big case of deja vu, I think, for many people tonight.
What a shot this is, though, to see these supporters at her alma mater at Howard University, and many DC residents there in that neighborhood walking off of that campus right now, wondering when they will know the results of this
That's why
election.
she black passed and she went to
I know that
HBCU.
as we watch
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah.
crowd disperse and wait
That's
for
where she got it
word
all from.
from
College,
the Harris
college will
campaign
change
about
your
what
life.
is next,
Who was the first
we
one that
enter
did
this
that?
late morning period where
First woman.
votes are just still being counted. In
Who got her black
Pennsylvania,
card from
it could
HU?
take a couple of days. Michigan, it could take a day. I
Bro,
want to
I
bring
was
in
about to say that
David
one
Becker on
woman
that
who
because
was
David,
worked for
you
the
spend so much time
NAACP.
speaking
What
with
was her name?
election officials.
Rachel Dolezal.
What can you tell us about timing?
So
Come on.
right now, I think Philadelphia in particular and some the Pennsylvania counties are still looking to probably finish up a lot of those mail ballots. They had to start processing today, probably looking into tomorrow or Thursday. But depending upon the margin, we might get to the point where there's enough for us to call it. Michigan, I think they're mainly focusing on Wayne County right now in the city of Detroit. I think there's some that are still to be reported. I have an update on Arizona in particular.
Wayne County, that's Detroit, right?
And there's about 650,000 ballots that they have not reported out yet. They haven't tabulated yet, plus the mail ballots that were delivered today, and they're not sure of that number yet. So there's a significant number of Arizona ballots out, and I think that's going to go well into tomorrow, perhaps even Thursday until we get those. And that's always what happens in Arizona because they allow so many, and there's a culture of delivering those mail ballots on the day of the election.
They need some time to figure out how they're going to steal these votes.
Right away and get it in the next couple of days.
Mm-hmm. So that means we're looking at maybe Thursday if it comes down to Arizona.
I'd say about Thursday. I mean, if the path for
It's
Harris
not
right
gonna-
now, as it might be, is
It's not going to come
Pennsylvania,
down to that.
and possibly Arizona or the long shot of Wisconsin. Arizona's going to take probably a day or two. Pennsylvania might take about that long too. And remember, that's still significantly earlier, especially given the margins than what we saw in 2020.
I remember it took all the way till Saturday.
Right.
Much more to discuss. You're watching CBS News America Decides Election 2024.
Just give it to Trump. He got it.
I don't know, bro. What's the numbers? He won the Senate, though. That's what somebody said. He won the Senate, but what was the last numbers? Oh, somebody had dropped them.
Yeah, I think AJ was dropping them. Ajax. She's been dropping it pretty consistently. Shout out to her.
I'm scrolling up to see if I can find it. Hell no.
Bro, if old girl win, there's going to be blood in the street. It's going to be. I think Trump, his words were bloodbath. I think that was the words they were using. Bloodbath.
210, 230.
210. Okay. Yeah. Wait. Who got 230?
Donald.
Okay. Yeah.
So also other states, the colors are coming in because this is AP. This is Associated Press. These are their stuff. Associated Press, they are saying that Nevada still has nothing in. Arizona's so far is leaning red, as we can see. Michigan's leaning red. Pennsylvania leaning red. Georgia super red. We've seen that. Wisconsin also leaning red. Out of how many? Little baby only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and she may not get Minnesota because Minnesota not dark enough. Minnesota still can flip.
Well, let me say this. Let me think. I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, it escaped me that quick. But yeah, I want to see Trump win. I have to be 100% honest. But I do want to see. I want to see some destruction. I want to see something get torn down. I want to see some laws get changed. See, look at her, thick as I don't know what. I wish she start twerking.
Who?
Oh, they had King. What's that girl name? Gail King. Her.
Bro, I thought you were talking about Jasmine Sullivan or somebody. God.
Oh, no, Jigglypuff.
What's baby girl, the one who Common engaged to? She got a TV show. Jennifer Hudson, goddamn.
They're engaged?
Yeah, I think they married, bro. Are engaged? Yeah, they're together. Common does very well for himself financially. He has a very good real estate portfolio. A lot of people don't know about that.
Okay, Common just kind of Common represents the light-skinned dude who he just made light-skinned dudes look bad.
Oh, I was gonna leave the light skin stuff alone. I'll let you deal with that one.
All right, we was doing so well until Common started shucking and jiving. Look, that's our Michigan, right?
Yeah,
it's red.
Majority red, but it's a lot of white there. It's a lot of white still there.
Can you unmute it real quick? I'm sorry. He got Michigan, bro.
As well, the vote isn't in yet from Wayne County. Right. But I can remember 2016 with you, and when we had not called Michigan yet, and you kept saying, well, there's got to be more vote coming in from Wayne County and Detroit for Hillary Clinton, and it never came in.
No, and it didn't. And one of the things that we are seeing tonight, especially in cities like Detroit, metro areas, we just saw it in metro Atlanta, which is why we were able to call Georgia, is that not only is turnout a little bit down, but Harris's margins are a little bit down from Joe Biden's in 2020. And some of that is a slight shift among minority voters, if you look precinct by precinct, and some of that is just part of the overall shift that's going on here tonight. So to your point, yes, turnout may end up down there, and that would be a bad sign.
And any information on
Bro,
Dearborn,
Trump
which
got
is the
it.
largest population of Arab
I know
Americans.
some of those are very small areas with
What's
small
going on in there? What's
populations.
going on there?
Michigan got a lot
we
of.
don't have that information yet.
Like,
that is in Wayne County.
forest
We're going to
land,
want to
bro. It's
understand
not
that
too
might
many
be
people in
50
some
to
of them areas.
100,000 votes. If we see in those precincts that there isn't strong turnout, that would
We got
just
a lot of
add to the
farmland in
potential
Michigan.
trouble for Harris.
But we can't go inside that narrowly.
Yeah,
We
true.
can't go inside that. I mean, I will show you that in Georgia, just as an example, we did that in Fulton. And if the same idea plays out, right? Here's
Black people.
inside of Atlanta.
That's all
This is
that's
where
in
a shift.
Fulton
You even see
County.
some red
Fulton
areas.
County
This is
black
not
people.
what you
Yep.
saw in 2020. So even that 2 to 3 point shift, and we've seen that. I
They
was
gonna be
showed you
mad.
earlier in Pennsylvania. We had seen that kind of a shift too. All the stuff that in the pre-election polling we were talking about the potential.
I know
for
what
a
I
few
was gonna
points
tell you.
more among minority voters shifting.
What's the
and
stupidest
we're
state in
seeing that,
America?
and it may play out in Detroit as well.
The stupidest thing in America.
State.
And when we come back,
Oh, the stupidest
spend some
state in
more time
America.
trying to figure out
Yeah.
what is happening in these
Shit.
remaining battleground
I don't
states.
know if I should say that on
the
camera,
votes
bro.
are
You
still
may get some
coming
people
in,
mad
a
at
sense
me.
of where they may be headed. That's coming
Well,
up.
the stupidest state in
I
America.
know that Amazon didn't want to put certain companies, they didn't want to develop some businesses in Texas because their education was said to be bad there. But I don't personally like the education system in Florida either.
Yeah, Florida's pretty bad. But yeah, the stupidest state in America is Nevada.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Really?
It's yeah. What's the smartest state in America?
I would have to probably say it's where the Ivy Leagues are, like probably like Penn, because UP
Close.
it's Pennsylvania.
No, it's close to Pennsylvania.
I don't know. What's the smart state then?
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. That makes sense.
Yeah. You were saying, we're all
Ivy Leagues. Yeah.
Exactly. College town. But yeah, the stupidest state in America is Las Vegas. So listen, I don't think them people out there even going to vote. Them people over there, they out there partying, gambling, and drinking.
Why ain't no votes in from Nevada at all right now?
Right. Legalized prostitution. They voting for back shots. Back shots and shots of hen dog. They not thinking about they don't probably even know who the president is. That's why I'm not surprised they ain't voting.
LeBron James getting a Hennessy deal had to be like the craziest shit of the year for me, bro. I'm like, I personally despise Hennessy. No offense to nobody who like that. I'll call it toilet water. I'm not drinking that shit.
Yikes, toilet water.
I'm not drinking that shit. My mama told me, she was like, if you're gonna ruin your stomach, you do it with something right. We're not drinking that shit. But I'm not mad at homie getting his money, bro. It's nothing like alcohol money.
Yeah. I think I got a short little thing I could kind of dabble in real quick. Let me see. Nah, it's not short, but I'll play the last couple of minutes of it. Check this out real quick. Where are we at?
No audio, bro.
European Jesus. Hold on, sorry. All right, check this out. To 6.8 that opened the door for a plethora of black men in his genre. In 2012, Nas teamed up with Henny. In 2013, Rick Ross teamed up with Bel Air. In 2014, even 50 Cent, his longtime rival, teamed up with Effin. Also, in 2014, Jay-Z finally made his relationship with Ace official by purchasing the company. In subsequent years, several notable entertainers followed the trend. Ultimately, as for Combs, the war waged on. Quote, Diageo attempting to end its deals with Diddy is like firing a whistleblower who calls out racism. It's a cynical and transparent attempt to distract from multiple allegations of discrimination, said John C. Houston, the attorney for Combs, in a statement. He continued on saying, over the years, he has repeatedly raised concerns as senior executives uttered racially insensitive comments and made biased decisions based on that point of view. Diageo even acknowledged the problem by agreeing in his contract to treat De Leon the same way it treated their other tequila brands. He filed the lawsuit to force them to live up to that contract, and instead they responded by trying to get rid of him. The lawyer's lofty last words were, this lawsuit and Mr. Combs are not going away. So you tell me, did Diddy start a liquor war that led to his downfall? Or has the alcoholic industry, as well as the larger American corporate structure, always treated the black people who established their brands with racist contempt? Let's keep the conversation going in the comments. I'm your humble brother Crumb, and you are now watching Crumb TV. Yeah, so I just want to say, be careful with those liquor companies, because a lot of people say that's why Diddy's in the trouble he's in. Don't nobody care about them parties. They was all having those parties.
I just he won that lawsuit. Did he win that lawsuit?
He did.
That's crazy. I did not know that. And that makes all the sense in the world why he's getting stressed the hell out right now.
You already know. You already know.
Yeah, and I'm one of the main advocates for taking the motherfucker to court, man. Not at that extent. Hey, shit.
Right.
But you know, like he's a New York person. One thing I can tell about New York people, no disrespect, y'all prideful as hell, and y'all like to stand on y'all principles, whatever they may be. And that's probably just something he wasn't willing to fold on, especially when you gain that level of power. It's not too many people that can tell you, you know, like simmer down, like, or try and little boy you when you got that type of money. He hit a B, bro. He hit a B.
Did he?
Yeah. Did he hit $1 billion?
I didn't know that. Yeah. Yeah, and they still try to son him. So that, you know, it makes perfect sense.
That went with Kanye trying to son billionaire, but trying to son some of these people who billionaires that just don't go with.
Yeah,
Kanye didn't give a damn.
Factory.
And the crazy thing is, how many years ago was that interview, bro? Everything that man said was true as hell.
I think they talk about Pennsylvania now. Look at talking about Pennsylvania's up in the air.
Nigga, how red is that? Man, let's hold on. I want to see how many numbers they saying is left out here, though.
Win two key battleground states, Georgia and
246.
North Carolina. And in the race for control of Congress, CBS News rates the Senate as lean Republican. In the race for the White House, the electoral vote count now stands at 246 for Donald Trump and 194 for Kamala Harris. And all eyes are on the 7 battleground states where this election will likely be won or lost tonight or in the days ahead. As we mentioned, CBS News projects Donald Trump wins North Carolina, a major victory for the former president, the same battleground state he won in 2020. Trump is also projected to pick up a win in Georgia. In the blue wall states, CBS News rates Wisconsin as lean Republican, and that leaves Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And CBS News
But wasn't he
rates all
just
4
what we
of
just
those
seen about Penn? It
battleground
looked like he
states
gonna win Pennsylvania,
as
right?
toss-up at this hour. And just in, CBS
He's
News
leading in
projects
all the numbers.
Kamala
He
Harris
winning Pennsylvania
will
over
win
3%.
the state
He not
of
gonna lose
New
that.
Mexico. That is an expected win for the Democrats, although
I don't give
Donald
a
Trump
damn
did
about New
pay a
Mexico.
last-minute visit to that
I mean,
state,
people like, oh
hoping to
yeah,
eke
I'm
out
gonna take a
a
trip to New
victory.
Mexico. No
I'm joined now
disrespect
by
to none of
Major
y'all who
Garrett
live in
and
New
Anthony
Mexico.
Salvanto, who have new information from the CBS News data desks. And as we mentioned, Donald Trump, the
Let's go to
Republicans, having a
Albuquerque.
very good night. The pathway for
Right.
Kamala Harris has narrowed. Her own campaign manager says it's the blue wall. So wanted to go back and see what's happening in Pennsylvania.
The simple truth, Nora, is the path for Vice President Harris is narrowing by the hour. And we can illustrate that very
got almost
clearly in
200,000
Pennsylvania
lead
with
on
its
her.
19 electoral votes. And we can do it basically with just the color coding of this map. This is the map as it exists in this election. Let me show everyone what the map looked like. So bring the camera in here, if you will. Let's focus right on this part of eastern Pennsylvania. Here it is now in 2024. There it is in 2020. Do you see that difference?
Man.
All this blue running on
Philly,
the eastern
black
side of the
people.
Lehigh Valley up towards Scranton. Again, its coloration is either lighter blue or light red. And that is right now why the former president is running ahead of what he
He's still gonna win that.
when he ran with in 2020.
He got that.
And is on pace to possibly capture Pennsylvania.
So she is underperforming Joe Biden and how he performed in 2020. Where? In what places?
Well, that's the important question, because this is a lot of white working class voters, many of whom now have shifted to the former president in this election. The other thing, though, is in Philadelphia. I want to look in here because we've also seen a shift in the city. And if you look internally at the local level, there are Hispanic precincts, Latino precincts that have shifted a little bit towards the former president from 2020. You see a little bit lower turnout so far. So all of that is part of the formula here for why Donald Trump is doing relatively better here than he did in 2020. It's across a number of key demographic groups and the geography tells part of that story.
And the collar counties, which have traditionally been Democratic counties, although Bucks County now has more Republican voters. In Bucks, you see.
But look at the difference. Look at the difference.
Yep.
Yeah.
Get that right. We'll go
Philadelphia is
back.
black.
Hampton,
Pittsburgh is black.
Behind
Scranton is black.
And that really is a story here again. Lehigh, right? People
I don't
are gonna
know.
look at that
I
and
don't
say,
know
well, it's
nobody
1 or
in
2
none of them
points,
other
but
places.
it adds up, right? You see the number of votes there. The lead for Harris so much smaller than what Joe Biden would have gotten out of there. And so one after another, those little shifts are adding up to keep Trump more competitive.
Now, you have not characterized this race yet. Can you show us why? Well, why you haven't called it lean Republican, for instance?
Yeah,
tell us why. Because we still got 7% of the vote coming in, and it's coming in from cities.
Well, there still is outstanding votes. So let me show you where that is. And here is big circles, Montgomery, still some from
They holding on
Philadelphia.
to
I
a
told
hope.
you about it, but still waiting for some there. Still some from Chester. These are places Democrats have done well in the past. So that's important and why we can't yet make a projection. But the other part is here, these dots may not be as small, but they represent Republican outstanding vote. So they could just as well go more for the former president, and then he would be able to hang on to what is now a narrow lead.
We can still look at this data, but I just want to bring in senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang because she is in Philadelphia as we're looking at these numbers. I know, Weijia, you can hear our conversation. How does this square with the case that the Harris campaign was making? I mean, they claimed that they had the ground game. It was far more superior, that they had knocked on millions of doors in these final days in these battleground states. Tell us what you were hearing from the campaign.
Hell no, he should not be in Philly.
Well, Nora, that's exactly it. And that's why they felt so confident going into Pennsylvania, because as Anthony was mentioning, several sources told me, look, it's not about flipping certain counties from red to blue. It's about losing less and going after Trump's margins. And that just hasn't panned out tonight, despite
Bro, 219,000. He got the ups on her right now.
That not only campaign
But
staffers,
still
volunteers, but the
Republican
vice
votes
president
out.
herself poured into this state. And so when you look at what the Trump campaign was focused on, they really wanted to expand even more in those rural areas, in the deep red areas.
You know what?
And there were
You know what Trump's ethnicity is?
Nora, including Erie
Ain't he
County,
German and like European or
which
some shit?
went for Biden.
Yes, sir,
in
German.
2020. 98% of that vote
Do you know what the
is in,
biggest
and it
ethnic
looks like
group
Trump
of
is
Europeans
poised
in
to
America
flip that,
is?
because right now it's 50% Trump,
Is it German?
49% Harris.
It's
and
German.
They said to them the
That's
biggest
crazy.
hint
You know,
is the fact that
you
the
know where all the
Teamsters
Germans in
did
America
not
live at?
endorse anybody because their rank and file were really
Pennsylvania?
supporting Trump, and they weren't
Pennsylvania.
prepared to make a formal endorsement. But Trump sources said that they really wanted to look at the rank and file across the board when it came to workers. And
Strategically, it was wise for him to place his residency in Pennsylvania, knowing it was a swing state that he possibly would have struggled with if he had in the past.
Populated Latino population,
Like,
and
that's just-
everyone was wondering.
He could have been down in Mar-a-Lago, but he already knew he had Florida on lock.
Last month would make an impact, but we now know that in Berks
He closer
County,
to
for
DC.
example,
He
which is
like
part of that
snagged
corridor,
it. He was in a
99%
good
of the
position,
vote,
and they say he can stand up there for
56%
probably like
right
6
now
weeks.
for Trump, 43%
Wasn't that
for
first
Harris.
assassination
And
attempt
then he
in
was
Pennsylvania?
also able to flip. It
Oh,
looks
no.
like he's on the path.
Well, here, let's
Hampton, which
ask
is
the
in
listening
that
audience.
corridor as
Somebody
well.
in the listening audience,
92% of the
what
vote
state
is
was
in. It
he
looks like
in
51%
when he had that
for
very
Trump
first
so far and
assassination attempt? I
48%
can't
Harris.
remember.
So that did not pan out the way that the Harris folks had anticipated. And then you talk
talking
about
about when they hit his
Philadelphia. When I was
ear?
talking to a Trump source a bit ago, they said, look, it just wasn't going to happen the way
It
that the
was
Harris team
several. I
planned.
think
So
one
they
was
are
down
feeling
here in
very
Florida,
good
and
tonight,
it
Nora,
was the one when they hit his ear. With
Yeah,
the,
Weijia, as you were saying, all those
I think it was a
counties,
projectile.
Major here is pointing to all of
Yeah, I
them.
think
so
it
we
was
can
when
take
it
them on
hit his
screen,
ear.
because Weijia has just expertly laid out what some of the challenges are for the Harris team tonight in these counties. I was so interested, Weijia, that you mentioned Erie, because Erie, and I know Major will know this, in 2016 was the one county where many people who accurately predicted that Donald Trump would win the presidency talked about Erie, Pennsylvania, the
There's nothing
handmade
in Erie.
signs.
Erie's super small.
Everyone was putting handmade signs up, and that was the early predictor that Donald Trump could win not only the state of Pennsylvania, but also potentially the entire presidency.
It was a phenomenon throughout Pennsylvania, Erie, and much of eastern Pennsylvania, Nora. Back in 2016, I remember talking to members of the state legislature in Pennsylvania. They would run out of signs.
Yes.
And people who supported President, or then nominee Trump, made their own.
Yeah.
And that was sort of a bonfire that went all over eastern and northeastern Pennsylvania, and Erie was a classic representation of that. That's what the turnout was in 2016. I'll go back and let everyone see what happened in 2020.
Did I say Trump 246?
And here we are now. Kamala Harris running behind in Erie County.
Yes.
Can we just go back because and
Yeah,
look real quickly? So
can somebody in the comments drop the numbers for me,
Vice
please?
President, but still a number of votes.
I don't think Scamla has gotten a 200
The
yet.
outstanding vote according to our
She
estimates.
210, 247.
And we place her
Okay,
estimate
210,
at
247.
58% of that 68.
Yep,
So
210, 247.
there's a 10 percentage point gap. That is problematic for the Harris campaign, and that, Nora, is putting it mildly. Look at our model. Here's that range, but it is getting narrower by the hour. The range for Trump is moving up, and that is positive direction for the former
Well,
president.
this is when we should go to Maurice Dubois at the Path to Victory and see if there's a path to victory for Kamala Harris that does not include.
No, it's not. You got them stupid ass
so much.
pencils
Well,
on
this
too.
time
You
right
know
here
who
will bring
she's
it home for
supporting.
you. This is
I'm
our
done.
our expected votes for state. The red ones for Donald Trump and the blue ones for Kamala Harris. Of course, two states that we are projecting to go into the Trump column, Georgia and North Carolina. And so now you see how the path for Donald Trump has widened significantly. All he has to do is take Pennsylvania, and it's game over. That brings it home right there. Let's go 270.
How many
So
electoral?
Pennsylvania is not available.
Oh
however.
shit!
Wisconsin appears to be leaning red, as we say tonight. That brings him to 261. Then all he needs to do is to go out to Arizona and take the 11 there.
If he
and
win
that brings him
Michigan,
over the top.
I wish
So,
they showed up.
conversely, for
Let's
Kamala
look at
Harris,
these
we say
electoral
the path
college
has narrowed
numbers.
somewhat. If she is able to get Pennsylvania, she's going to need it. She's going to need Michigan. She's going to need the blue wall, Wisconsin as well. If Wisconsin isn't available, as we say, it leans red tonight, she would have to go to Arizona to get to 270, and that would do it right. No, that would be 260. What am we doing here? 260.
Ain't no way. Boy, ain't no way.
Which one? I gave it to red. That's what I did. Okay, thank you. That would be blue.
Why
there
would
we
you
go.
still give
And
her
that was my
Michigan?
thing, but the map tells us
Exactly. Ain't no way.
So yeah, the paths are narrowing for Harris. They're getting wider for Donald Trump. Here we are, 1 o'clock in the morning. Nora, let's send it back over to you.
All right, Maurice Dubois, thank you so much. And we have breaking
I need a
news
map with it.
at this hour, just into CBS News election headquarters.
But I
CBS
wanna
News can
know.
project Republican Deb Fischer will win re-election in the state of Nebraska. And that means we can now project that Republicans will take control of the Senate. This
All right,
flips
so
the Senate, which
Michigan is
Democrats have
15.
controlled with Vice President
How many
Kamala
is
Harris's
Pennsylvania?
tie-breaking vote. Scott McFarland.
You see the number behind me,
19.
Nora. That's the magic number. for
He had
Republicans right
46.
there. We're
He
projecting
needs 70.
51 seats. That gives them control of the
He's
US
at
Senate, that gives
247.
the next president a Republican
Yeah,
Senate.
247 right now.
So impactful when it
19 will
comes
give him
to
that.
Supreme
Yeah.
Court nominations, a
So
cabinet,
that's, let's say 20.
legislation,
47,
border bills.
57,
All
67.
of this
Yeah.
now will go through a Republican Senate, which, by the way, does not have a designated
You said he
leader
only
yet.
need 19 to
McConnell
win?
is stepping back. Let me show you how we got to
No,
51.
no, no.
and tell you what's
He's at
still ahead.
245 now,
First
or
off,
247.
Ohio, where Sherrod Brown,
He need
a
260.
resilient Democrat
What do he
of
need?
Ohio,
260 or
had strong
270?
labor support, had
270.
strong backing in the
Oh,
three
I'm tripping.
key cities of Ohio.
Well, that's 23.
Cleveland,
He need
Columbus,
23 to win.
Cincinnati.
So if
After
he
3
take
terms, we project he has
if he
lost to
take
Bernie
any
Moreno, the
2 more
Republican
states,
businessman
he
from Ohio.
wins.
That's 1
If
seat
he
lost for the
take
Democrats. West Virginia
if
was an
he
uphill
fuck
fight
around
from
and
the
take
jump.
Wisconsin and
Republican
Michigan,
Governor Jim Justice served
that's
2
a
terms in
win.
Charleston,
If he gets
projected as an
Pennsylvania
overwhelming winner over Glenn
and
Elliott.
Wisconsin,
That's
that's
the
a
seat
win. He get
vacated by
Michigan,
the retiring
Pennsylvania,
Joe
that's a
Manchin.
win.
There's 2.
He don't even
Montana is,
need
at this
the
point,
other
projected as a
stuff
lean
on the West
Republican.
Coast.
Lean Republican.
But he's
for
leading
Tim
in
Sheehy,
all
the
of those
businessman
states.
from West Virginia. I'm sorry, the
I'm just he only
military
need to
veteran from
solidify
Montana,
2
the
more
3-term
states
Democrat
and he
John
won.
Tester there.
Yeah, he Gucci.
Democrats haven't really defended so much in the battlegrounds. They have a good situation
Dog,
in Arizona, where the
I know they
federal
need to
Congress
drop
removing
this number
Idaho
before this
has a
night is over.
lean
standing
And
right
here,
now
brother,
against
we
Carrie Lake, the
are
Republican
flirting on
in
3 hours.
Arizona.
I don't want to hold you up or anything
Michigan,
like that. If you gotta
Pennsylvania,
flee,
Nevada.
I'm
I'm here for
completely
the
okay.
cause, bro.
Familiar
If you here,
battleground
I'm here,
states are
bro.
also
Like,
battleground
Okay.
states
I
for the
agree
U.S.
to
Senate.
something.
We've deemed Michigan a
Gratitude,
toss-up right now.
gratitude.
Mike Rogers, the former congressman, against Alyssa Slotkin,
My
who, by
children
the
are
way,
in Michigan.
represents the
I'm
same
chilling right
district
now.
Rogers once did near Lansing. In Nevada, the incumbent Jackie Rosen against Sam Brown, another toss-up state for the presidential race. Toss-up state still for the Senate. Democrats playing
What
defense
happened?
there, and they're playing defense in
No,
Pennsylvania.
I'm trying
For
to be
Bob
funny.
Casey, the
But what happened to
three-term
Sam
Democrat,
Brown? Was he in
the
an accident
toss-up
or
race
something? Is he
against James
military?
McCormick. So at this point, Nora, you get a sense. Republicans have secured
He
a
had
majority. Now it's
surgery
a matter
lines
of
going across his
margins.
face or something.
Democrats are vulnerable to losing 2-3 more
I'm not
seats as this
sure.
night goes on. And for the Senate, every single piece of that puzzle, every single seat along that margin is
So
impactful.
let's talk about the process of
Fascinating
what
to see
happens
those numbers
after this.
and the Republican performance amongst those Senate candidates there,
Well,
including Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania.
this is where you
That's
have
his second race
the
for the Senate
president
there,
and
of course.
president-elect.
And
So
looks like it's
remember,
a good
he's not going to be
position
the. Okay, let's just
in
say
the
he wins.
contest
It don't matter who
there.
wins. Let's just say
One
he
of the things
wins.
is we're now past 1 o'clock in the morning.
He's not the
and as
president
more
until
of
he
the
takes the
vote
oath.
comes in, and we know it has been a strong
So
And
if
what
he
day
wins,
is that usually happen
Republicans
on?
and Donald
Martin
Trump.
Luther
The
King. Well, not
question
usually,
is,
but Martin
will
Luther
this
King's
be a
birthday is this year.
composite of the electorate? Where did Donald Trump do well?
He'll take the oath
Where
on
did
Martin Luther King's
Kamala
birthday.
Harris not
17th
do
of
well?
January.
January, yes,
John
sir.
Dickerson, when you look at the exit polls, what have you
So
learned
a
about
month
performance
from the
of
time
Yeah, and we could go through a
that the
variety of different
electoral
areas, but
college
let's just
actually
talk about
comes
women
together
because
and
there was
vote,
so much discussion about
which
how
is
women
December
were going to
17th
lead to a
this year.
Harris victory.
that there was going to be
Yes,
this
sir.
giant gender gap, that women were going to come out
So
overwhelmingly for
we
Kamala
are
Harris.
going through the rest of November and rest of November, December for them to close out their affairs and transition over into the next policy. And throughout that time, do you have it in your mind that anything crazy may happen?
They're going to officially come out and say Joe Biden is no longer alive. And I want to ask the listening audience, what number are we on? 3, 4? What are we on? 3 or 4? Let's go at 4. Press 444, and it's just guessing. If you think if the announcement comes out that Trump wins, they're going to announce that Joe Biden is not in the land of the living. It's a possibility. It's a possibility. Remember, November is
dirt. It's super possible.
November is the month of death. November is the month of death.
So what if Joe Biden was to transition
What does this mean?
and leave that geriatric body of his from now to December, excuse me, to January 17th? What would that
Scandal
mean for the United States?
We will officially have our first female president, and the Simpsons prediction will come true.
Presidential.
There's no
But
question that Donald Trump is Donald Trump in
that doesn't supersede the election. She's just interim until for transition of power.
Right,
Is that correct?
Right, he'll be president-elect. She'll be sitting president. Once he takes the oath, he'll be president.
But you're right. She would, in that time, be a full-out president.
She'll be the first female president, the first Indian president, the first diet black president, whatever the case may
Even
be.
if it's for a month and a half, she would.
Even if, yeah, there you go.
That here it's not as clear cut.
nuts.
I mean, it's just interesting again and again.
That's why y'all can't be doing crazy stuff like just be picking any random person for your VP, because she chose a man who wants girl feminine products in the young men's bathroom. And if anything happened to her, we get him. Oh my God.
Whether Joe Biden
And
is one of his
I want to
first
ask the audience, and I'm just talking ish, obviously.
those executive actions and
Press
initiatives
555
to lock down the border that
if you
Donald Trump
think
successfully was able to run against him.
Mike
Let's
Obama would have had a
talk
better
about the
shot.
border when we come back, because Cecilia Vega did some
Press
incredible work
555
60
if
minutes
you
about the
think
promises that
Mike
Donald Trump
Obama would have had a better shot.
secure secure the
I
border,
was over
but
here like
also a mass
I was like, I got stuck for a second. I was like, oh,
deportation. Thank you. It is past.
and then I got
1:30
dumbfounded.
and
And I just got stuck.
so
I'm like,
she's the expert. We'll touch base.
I had to
in
catch
just a
what you
moment.
said.
CBS News, America Decides, election 2024. We'll be right back.
I'm like, I
Bro.
thought his name was Barry or something Sorrento. You know?
I think Mike would have had a better shot. See, right there it says 194. I thought we said 210. I'm confused. Why 194 there, but
So
we would say
210. Remember, different news. That's why they be so specific in the way that they be saying it. It was like this CBS predicts that this is going to happen. Some of these are projections, and the whole state hasn't been won. So I don't know. Maybe that was just somebody who was fucking up on the graphic side for CBS. Because the number that they just showed, she had 210 on CBS. So I don't know what that's about. It could just be somebody not on their job on the back end.
okay.
Because
Fair enough.
that is not what it's saying. Little baby got 210 for sure. Well, 214, 247. That's the current one, 214, 247.
Got you. But yeah, I think Mike would have done a lot better. And a lot of people got mad at me for saying Michelle Obama is a man. And I told everybody, I said Sausage and Malia did not come out of
What did you hold on. Can you run that back for us? What did you say? I'm not in control of rewind right now, so I gotta ask questions. Repeat that one more time, bro.
Barry Sotomayor's daughters, allegedly,
Oh
Sausage and Malia, they did not come out of Mike Obama's private parts.
Yeah.
Remember, let's go with the whole Michelle thing. Michelle came out with a book. Do you know what her book name was? No, I'm sorry, her autobiography. Do you know what the name of her autobiography was, brother?
Think Like a Man.
No, sir, that was Steve Harvey. But basically, it might as well have been. Her autobiography. Here, before you answer, before I answer, before anybody, listening audience, what was the name of Michelle Obama's autobiography? What was the name of Michelle Obama's autobiography? This is her words, not mine. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna see. Can I share a screen real quick? I'm gonna pull this thing up and I'm gonna show y'all this.
I'm interested as hell. I'm over here reading the comments. Not my body.
No, here, let me go to studio.
They over here being wild in the comments. I'm over here looking. They saying whatever they want to say.
OPA.
Oh yeah, that did happen. I remember that when Joan Rivers had said some crazy stuff, and then all of a sudden Joan Rivers' strong face ass wasn't with us no more. Yeah.
Come on.
They talked about that on Family Guy and everything, bro. It was and then they were in office during that time, right?
Correct.
Yeah, that's why I told Isaac Hayes III. I'm like, bro, that's like one of the dumbest things you can do is make an enemy of the motherfucker who runs this place, bro. I would stress you out just because I could. I'd be like, send somebody to go kick a door in. I'd be like, just because we can today. And then I'll go back to minding my business, bro. Like I got time to be petty when you got that much money and time.
Come on. So, this is, yes, it's me. Finish. Okay, I think I should be good now. I hit approval. Okay, there we go. Trust this device. I don't know how I got logged out. Here, let me share a screen real quick. So I posted this. I thought I posted it on YouTube as well. Let's go here. So this is Crumb TV. I'm at 114,000. Numbers don't matter, but whatever.
This show, what's this? TikTok?
YouTube. No, I'm sorry. Facebook. Facebook.
This your Facebook?
Yeah, it's my
Numbers
Facebook.
look better than mine. Shit. I lost my page to a scammer.
The numbers don't matter though. But
if you can convert them, they help.
yeah, it looks good. I'll say that much. But I did a video where, hold on, let me go back again because I don't know why I can't find it. Reels, videos. No, videos. I did a video where Michelle Obama was talking to Dwayne Wade's son/daughter. Can somebody in the comments let me know what Dwayne Wade's son/daughter's name is? I forgot. But anyway, they were having a interview where Dwayne Wade's daughter was interviewing Michelle Obama.
Did that child have a operation?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's it. Whichever one. Whichever one.
Baby
I
name is
don't know.
Zionist?
It's Z. We're gonna go with Z.
Let's go with Z. It's a real.
It's a crazy world we live in. What the fuck?
Come on, somebody. So Z asked Michelle Obama. Z says, "Can you give me some advice for someone like me who's trying to be like you?" Well, I'm sorry, because someone like you has been so good and successful at doing what I'm doing. Something to that effect. And it was a very weird question because if Z would have asked me that, I'd have been like, oh, here it is. 470,000, almost 500,000. Check this out.
What advice do you have for teens who want to be themselves and thrive like you have and currently are?
What do you mean by that?
Well, like you have and currently are.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
One more time.
What advice do you have for teens who want to be themselves?
What advice do you have for teens who want to be themselves and thrive like you have and currently are? So a teen who wants to thrive, who is a boy thriving as a girl, ask Michelle Obama, what advice do you have? Because you are thriving as a man cosplaying a woman. Now listen to what Michelle says.
Themselves and thrive like you have and currently are.
What do you mean by that?
Well, like you have and currently are.
She says, yeah, just like you have and currently are. Two trans women talking to each other. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we got
Ladies
him.
and gentlemen, we got him.
So then Michelle comes out. So a lot of people in this thing got mad at me. Most relevant.
Got
Well,
mad at what?
I think
You didn't do that. You're not the one who said it. You're not even in the video.
So I blocked all those people. So whatever. I be blocking people a lot. I ain't gonna lie to nobody. So
you can't be blocking them, bro. You gotta let them stay to watch that. So you gotta let them watch it so they get to you. It's enjoyable pissing people off so they can just continuously be upset and their stomach get turned at all of your greatness, bro. I'm like, you gotta let them watch it. You got to.
that's true. That's true. That'd be rub me the wrong way. I ain't gonna lie. I be letting it get to me. So yeah, with that said, she wrote a book called Becoming. This is Michelle writes a book called Becoming. So my question is, becoming what? A woman? So in in her book, she says she didn't give birth to Malia or Sausage. She said that, not me. So everybody gets mad at me for, oh, well, she didn't write that book. She didn't say that.
So she
This and this
didn't
and
give birth. She wasn't she didn't have. So did she had a surrogate? That's what she's saying.
yeah. I had posted a picture.
Did she say it was her eggs?
Yeah. She said it was her eggs, but this the thing. Only women have eggs. Only women have eggs, bro. So, fine. You can say they're your eggs, but we don't believe you. So now I posted this picture and everybody got mad at me. It was a little funny picture. I ain't gonna lie to nobody. It was Young Thug. He's sweet as a carrot cake.
Oh man, you about to go after Thugger?
Listen, Thugger be wearing dresses, so
I am so against men wearing women garments. I don't give a damn what type of fashion you into. I do not support that. But one thing I can say, based on his recent activity over the last few years and what he just has recently been able to do, that man has just solidified himself as being an icon in history. And that right there is nasty work. I talk about women all the time who be thinking they can walk outside without bras on. That's nasty.
Oh, bro, that's a man. So, I posted this and everybody got mad at me.
I got more chest than him, shit.
I agree. Say I agree. Say I got my chest bigger than that. But yeah, I posted this picture of Thugger, and he was on the internet.
This an old one.
Yeah. Oh, this is years ago.
He wearing blue.
He's just like standing in front of a computer with a bunch of his friends, and it's super funny. It's a very super funny.
Oh, I know the one you're talking about.
Almost ready. It's down here somewhere. Oh, I posted this one as well because people would be like, I said, when they try to use Michelle Obama's baby pictures to prove gender. That's the son of Megan Fox, the son of Gwen Stefani, the daughter of Angelina Jolie, the son of Adele, the son of Charlie Theron, the son of Naomi Watts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can show a bunch of baby pictures.
Go back. Remember, hold on, bro. Remember we was talking about Kamala's daughter? Them the people I was saying that she is the parent, like Charlize Theron, all of them, the ones who go get little melanated children like that woman right there and make them weird as hell in life.
Thank you. So I said, you're not gonna show me no daggone baby pictures to prove nothing. That don't mean nothing. These weirdos they'll cosplay their baby as a little boy and it ain't nothing but a girl. But anyway,
I'm not gonna hold you. My son's got long ass hair and long eyelashes. And even when I was a child, like people used to, because I've always had long hair and long eyelashes, they would, if you go on the reservation up in New York, you're gonna think a lot of them little boys up there is little girls because they got long hair and long eyelashes.
Everybody got mad at me. Look, this is 2 years ago. In her autobiography called Becoming, Michelle says she used in vitro. Go right. I challenge anybody under the sound of my voice.
So she didn't have a surrogate. Did she do in vitro or she had a surrogate?
She had a surrogate.
But she said she did in vitro in the book.
Yeah, she took her ovary and Obama's sperm and put it into another woman, and that other woman gave birth to their daughter. I posted pictures of Michelle, Malia, and Sausage's mama and daddy.
These niggas, I know what they look like. They better be thankful for these HIPAA.
Obama daughter just dropped the name. Why? This is 20 hours ago. That's not his daughter, bro. This is 20 hours ago. That's not his daughter. Why my daughter dropped her last name? Because she's not an Obama. That's why she dropped that name. She got different parents. They got different parents, bro.
I'm about to say Obama not really a last name you want to walk around with anyway.
That's not his daughter. That's why she dropped his name. So now,
like a little bit, but she also looked like her biological people. DNA epigenetics is a wild game, though. Just being around people long enough, you'll start to pick up on a look.
My apologies. I think what are they saying now? What's going on? I'm sorry.
I got you.
If you turn your back on us, eventually we're going to turn our back on you. It's a wake-up call here. That's the feeling in the room for Democrats, as Trump supporters who've been here for now 7-8 hours are awaiting that final moment when a call is made and they get an appearance from their political hero, Nora.
Tony DeCopel at the convention center. We should note that the former president has not been there. He has been at his home, which is just right across the bridge, Mar-a-Lago, from the convention center, where he has been entertaining some of his most prolific donors, as well as the world's richest man, Elon Musk, who has been a strong supporter of Donald Trump, a man who also has billions of dollars in contracts with the Pentagon for defense contracts and many different things, and has been a strong supporter of Donald Trump in many ways. And
you sound a little
pictures
far
of them
away.
that have been put out on the internet.
No, I said I wonder if he had left yesterday.
How would you describe
they said
their
he was
relationship, the relationship between Donald Trump and Elon Musk?
It's Donald Trump at the center. It's the former president who is now comfortable with the levers of power. When he was elected to the presidency in 2016, after covering him for so many years, it was one of the only times I've ever seen shock on his face when he won in 2016, standing in that hotel in New York, because he wasn't prepared for the presidency. He now potentially enters the presidency once again, fully comfortable, and he has allies around him who are reflecting the total ideological shift, a new paradigm in American politics. It's the nexus not only of Elon Musk and Donald Trump, but Donald Trump Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Tucker Carlson. What we're seeing tonight is potentially not just the victory of a political campaign, but the emergence of a new power structure in the United States that does not go on red and blue lines, Republican or Democrat, or even so-called nationalism or populist lines. This is in the image of Trump, with his instincts driving everything. Musk, of course, will want to work closely with the president on defense policy, foreign policy, technology, financial policy. But to be clear, based on our reporting and my conversations with Trump and others, it's him who's driving everything. And those around him, including Musk, I'm told, are highly aware that he comes into this presidency, should he win, as someone who is now seen by the Supreme Court as someone who can operate with total power on many fronts with his official acts, and will want to use that power and likes having that power.
Yeah, there we see Elon Musk jumping on the stage. I mean, Elon Musk just today said to his 203 million followers on Twitter, go to the polls and vote for Donald Trump today. Did that clearly make a difference for him?
Brother, we did just cross the line for the 3-hour threshold. Could we take a quick commercial break and you drop your link and tell the family, if you would, who you are and where we can find you at, please and thank you.
Peace, everyone. Once again, I am DJ Bay, also known as Trust Fund Baby, the official Trust Fund Baby. I scale in financial literacy, wealth development, scaling businesses, and you can find me on all forms of social media. That's my IG link below right there. And if you like what you see on my page, I have a free community that you can tap into and get free resources in order to change your life. So without further ado, and like also, if y'all got questions for me, feel welcome to drop them in the chat. If y'all want to know about anything that I've said or anything I do, I'm open to discussing that stuff with y'all. But like I said, I do my best to be a transparent person and help people the same way how I've been helped in life. So if you ever need any information from me, I answer my DMs. I answer my work number. I've had the same work number for years. I'm like all my stuff listed online. So all you got to do is reach out. Peace.
Thank you so much for that.
Yes, sir. What these people over here saying?
What they lying about?
And deeply believes that he is influencing so much. And it's one of the things when we were talking about sort of the way you look at this realignment that's happening, one of the things you hear from people in the tech space is that the world's moving too fast and government's not keeping up with it. And that's kind of the message Elon Musk has brought into the Trump campaign with these public statements he's made, and John Paulson, the former hedge fund manager who's being rumored as possibly being looked at as a Treasury Secretary in the Trump administration, where they say we're going to undo all sorts of regulation. We're just going to cut things and move fast. That's not how our government is built. In fact, it's intentionally not built that way. There are supposed to be backstops. But Elon Musk is selling this idea and presenting as part of the Trump campaign that they're going to remake America.
As we think about what since the night seems to be going so well for Donald Trump, you think about what this means for him. Winston Churchill said, there's nothing so exhilarating as being shot at and missed. All the legal challenges Donald Trump faced, not all of them, but the federal ones, they go away. And I don't know what the New York judge is going to do about that sentencing, but this brings a wonderful, by Donald Trump's lights, legal windfall to him if he wins tonight. And that's got to be part also of the mindset of how he enters the next presidency. There's not just the immunity that the Supreme Court suggests he has for things that he does in office. There's not just the wonderful feedback he's getting for basically following every one of his instincts and having it affirmed by the voters. But there's also the significant legal peril that has now dropped, that will drop away if he wins.
So, John, what happens to this concept called checks and balances? Because if he gets in, he has the House, possibly the Senate, the Supreme Court. What happens? It seems that he would be in power with no guardrails, so to speak.
Well, I would add one more thing, which is what we saw in this
Trump is the
campaign, which
king.
was different than
He
2016.
only
There were a
24
number
from
of
getting the
members of
House.
his party
He's
who
24 away from getting the House.
actively, buried memories of January 6th, who reinterpreted what he said in order to help.
Now the joint say 246. It was saying 247 for the longest. That say 246?
But certainly within this campaign of those in his party.
No, this
to,
247 online.
row with him. We see the senators who are elected tonight.
Yeah,
They will
247,
owe their
247.
success to him. So it's checks and balances is one question, but you also have, it's not just Donald Trump. There is a political movement now that is that has practiced at supporting whatever his impulses, wherever they may send him.
And nor even the way we do politics in this country is going to come into question. Because what were we spending so much time focused on the last few days? But, ground game and knocking on doors and making phone calls may not matter anymore. And we don't have full grasp yet on what the digital work that was being done by the Trump.
A lot of this shit y'all do don't matter no more.
The information space has changed so much.
Because I was going to say, because the algorithms of journalists don't necessarily
Still be
line up with
running
the
ads on
algorithms of
AM
the
radio.
reaching. And so it's
People
almost
don't even
impossible
listen to their
for
radio
anyone
for
to
real.
You know what? He said AM.
And we just don't know what was the kind of information they were getting a year ago targeted at them, what may or may not have been true.
Who was that,
And
George
what was the more
Soros?
explicit
Just
campaign
threw millions
message
of
that was
dollars
arriving
on buying
in their
AM radio
feeds over the
stations?
last several weeks. It's going to require a completely fundamental rethought about how you campaign for office on a national scale and on a statewide scale if this is what happened tonight.
Go on podcast, dumbass.
I want to bring in our CBS
Bingo.
News political contributor, Joel Payne, to weigh in on this. And Joel, how do you see this potential realignment?
Well, look, I think the conversation you're having matches a sober conversation that's happening all over the country with Democrats and state parties and at the highest levels of the party. Look, I think there are some who still see a narrow path for the vice president. And I think it's important to say that there is a narrow path, but it is narrowing by the hour, as Major said earlier. But I think Democrats are starting to take stock of what's next. And what's next includes adjusting to clearly a changing electorate and a changing country. And maybe reassessing some of the things that we think are important. Ed talked about how you organize a campaign. clearly some of the tried and true campaign methods that Democrats leaned on, the organization, the 3 whatever million door knocks over the last weekend, it can only get you so far. Last thing I'll say, it's very clear to me that in the last 2 years, Joe Biden never recovered from what happened with Afghanistan. It was destabilized by an economy that was stubbornly not cooperative with Democrats, frankly. And then I think Gaza kind of delivered
Man, I don't care about none of
destabilizing
that.
blow.
I
When
was
you add
mad
those
when y'all
things
gave these
together, I
immigrants
think,
this money, when you gave
this
Ukraine that
outcome
money,
that
and you didn't give me none
that
of
we're
it. That's
headed
what
to
I was
tonight
mad about.
is maybe less
They've
surprising,
been giving
or
like
not
all our shit.
not less disappointing. And I can tell you there are a lot of vulnerable
I
communities,
remember
particularly in
when
the
Joe Biden
Democratic
first got in office,
coalition, that feel
I was watching this
very, very
podcast
insecure at the
with
moment. Want to also say
Robert
that as well.
Kiyosaki. And
I
Robert
appreciate
Kiyosaki
that,
has said
Joel
this.
Payne, and
Clear as hell, he was
also
like, Joe Biden is going to
want
drive the price of
to
gold up
bring in
so
now
high. He's going to ruin the
Leslie
economy.
Sanchez on that
What
issue. And
did
Leslie,
Joe
how do you
Biden
see
do
this realignment?
specifically?
I think the realignment, you can't discount
I
how
don't know what's that.
frustrated these voters have been
Bro, the
for a very
price
long
of
time, and many
the
of them
price of a
felt
bar of
unheard.
gold was going for $1
And
million a
whether it
few
was
weeks ago.
looking at
Gold
kind
has
of
never been
alternative
as high as it
media
is right
or
now.
trying to
Ever
find
in
media
history.
that sympathized with the way they were feeling about their pocketbook and their financial situation.
Like
And
Robert
Donald Trump
Kiyosaki was
tapped
right
into
4
that.
years ago.
When there's
He
a
was like,
lot
this
of
man is going to
conversation,
ruin this
you're
place.
talking about Elon Musk. Elon Musk spent a tremendous amount of time talking about freedom of speech, freedom from censorship. And in many ways, this is a populist, working class, middle class America that wants those, Gail's word, guardrails removed so that they can have less government interference and continue to thrive in a strong America. That's where they feel left out. And I think that's what it's tapping into on both sides. And I think Democrats and Republicans kind of, the traditional Republican Party, reconcile this is a new party and a new way, and it's deeply diverse. And it will continue to be, I think, for
Yeah,
the
the
next
hell
several
with that
election
standing
cycles as
outside
Trump
doing this
continues
stuff.
to redefine the Republican Party.
Leslie Sanchez, thank you. And when we come back, we're expecting Donald Trump to take the stage in Florida. CBS News, America Decides, election 2024. We'll be right back.
Champ is here.
The champ is here.
Bro.
Trump
You know how
ain't been
many
asleep.
people grinding their teeth right now ain't gonna sleep well tonight?
Right. And they all got colorful hair. You know how many people with purple hair are mad tonight?
Oh my God.
Right.
You said with purple hair.
Yeah, it's that's a part of what's been bothering me about, like, and I really hate to be stereotypical, but it seemed like it's a lot of those type of people who are the Kamala people. Like, matter of fact, let me play this Kamala commercial for you.
You
And
talking
it was
about
just
the ones that be screaming, "Hey"?
right. Kamala.
You gotta think about it. You played it in your head, like
Right. Did you see that that man commercial that Kamala made for black men? Well, for men in general.
No, I just remember Barack Obama trying to tell black men what to do when that nigga
Yeah.
been saying his whole campaign he not black and he's from effing Kenyan. So
Trying to shame black people, black men. Yeah, check this out real quick. This joint is straight comedy. Let me know if the audio's good.
no, sir. No audio.
You said no audio?
Mm-mm.
European Jesus. Okay, here we go. Let's try this again. I'm gonna wheel it back.
I'm a man.
I'm a man.
I'm a man, man. And I'm man enough.
I'm man enough to enjoy a barrel-proof bourbon.
Neat.
Man enough to cook my steak rare.
Man enough to deadlift 500, then braid the out of my daughter's hair.
You think I'm afraid to rebuild a carburetor? I eat carburetors for breakfast. I ain't afraid of bears.
Cars don't even have carburetors anymore.
That's what bear hugs are for.
Wait. No.
We're dealing with
Starting from the beginning because it was several questionable things about this shit.
braiding hair, a lot of gender fluid stuff.
I'm a man. I'm a man. I'm a man, man. And I'm man enough.
I'm man enough to enjoy a barrel-proof bourbon.
Neat. Man enough to cook my steak rare. Man enough to deadlift 500, then braid the out of my daughter's hair. You think I'm a
Man enough to cook my steak rare?
Bro, that was one of the main ones I needed you to play back because I'm like, what the I'm like, somebody playing with me, dog. I swear to God, I hate stupid shit.
Press 555 if eating rare steak got nothing to do with being manly. That ain't got nothing to do with being manly. Oh, he's such a man. He eat his steak rare. Nah, bro. I'm a whole man out this jank, and I need you to cook my steak all the way through. Stop playing with me.
afraid to rebuild a carburetor? I eat carburetors for breakfast. I ain't afraid of bears. That's what bear hugs are for. I'll tell you another thing I sure as shit am not afraid of. Women.
I'm not afraid of women.
I'm not afraid.
Bro, just because I don't want her to be my president don't mean I'm afraid of women, bro. Bro,
No. I'm about to say, bro, let this corny shit play out because not ever have I ever just like ever heard an adult man just be like, I'm not scared of women. It just sounded so crazy me hearing it. That's why I'm like, nah, you don't even gotta justify this dumb shit. Like, it's just crazy enough just listening to it.
Afraid of women. They want to control their bodies. I say go for it. They want to use IVF to start a family. I'm not afraid of
IVF. There you go, Michael.
families. They want to be childless cat ladies. Have all.
They want to be childless cat ladies.
They want to use IVF to start a family. I'm not afraid of families. They want to be childless cat ladies. Have all the cats you want. Woman wants to be president? Well, I hope she has the guts to look me right in the eye and accept my full-throated endorsement. Because I'm man enough to support women. Man enough to know what kind of donuts I like. Man enough to admit I'm lost, even when I refuse to ask for directions. Man enough to not ban young women from reading Little Women. Or one of those pants books that the sisters like. I'm man enough to raw dog a flight. It sucked. Not worth it.
I'm man enough to be emotional in front of my wife.
In front of my kids. In front of my horse.
I'm man enough to tell you that I cry at Love Actually.
Good Will Hunting. West Side Story. That and Predator. And I'm sick of so-called men domineering, belittling, and controlling women just so they can feel more powerful.
That's not how my mama raised me.
I love women. I love women who support their families. Women who decide not to have families.
Women who take charge.
And I'm man enough to help them win.
Shut up.
I've never seen so many beta males in one place in my life unless it was some other shit.
Beta. Amazing.
Because I'm like, bro, how much did they pay you to tuck your shit for this video?
Tuck your tail between your legs. Please, brother, can we
Hey, dog, this was crazy. As an adult man, I'm like, we was just talking about the type of roles that people are willing to accept in Hollywood when you can say no, bro. You can say no.
Come on. That's right. Let's see what Nevada's finally saying.
I'm over here crying and shit.
All the underlying data point in the same direction all the other battleground states, with the exception of Michigan right now, have been pointing in Trump's direction, and that's why.
And what about Arizona?
Sure. Arizona is moving a little bit through its process. The last time we talked at the board here, Nora was 51%. It's 53%. We'll go to the straight needs category, 51% for Vice President
Trump going
Harris.
ahead in Michigan.
50% right on that edge.
She dropped to 45. He got 50.
He's running in Maricopa County, which accounts for
I told you he was going to get Michigan.
60%.
He got a stretch on her in Nevada too. It's 47-51.
Historically, compared to Joe Biden,
Yeah, I was going to say he probably got Nevada. It's going to be a landslide, bro.
Running a little bit ahead of that. That's also encouraging.
If he get Nevada,
very much competitive, but as we look at the rest of the map, it may be competitive. It may actually end up in the vice president's column, but in the end, it may not be determinative.
All right, Major Garrett, thank you.
Nevada
I
got
want
6
to have our
electoral
control room
votes.
just show pictures of the rally for Donald Trump in West Palm
Oh yeah,
Beach.
they say a
And
little baby
Ed
about to walk out.
O'Keefe, given those numbers, and we're expecting to hear from Donald Trump in the celebration that's going on in West Palm Beach. What do we know?
Well, we know that the path for
I should have drove up
Vice
there.
President Harris has narrowed considerably, maybe beyond her reach tonight. There are other news organizations that are now awarding this to the former president. And he
They
is set
told
to take the
Kamala people to
stage here in
go
the coming
home.
minutes.
Everybody over at Trump joint,
And
red hat up.
will address the
Bro, I
world and likely
told you he
declare
gonna
victory,
leverage
because
off
it
this
appears to be
shit,
heading in
bro.
that direction. What's
Of
also
like the
happening, though,
moment he
Republican
find
Senate
out that this
candidates
woman
running across the Midwest
decided
as well.
to not come
A
out,
very good night for
he gonna bring
Republicans.
his ass out.
All right, we're
Whenever they
awaiting
fall
former
short,
President
he
Trump,
show
as
up
Ed just mentioned,
and he
at
talk
his
shit
West
about it.
Palm
I
Beach, Florida
guarantee you, he
campaign
gonna clown her for
headquarters.
not coming out
We'll bring
saying
that to
nothing.
you when he takes the stage. You're watching
I'm
CBS
damn
News
near. I
America
wish I could
Decides,
bet
election
on it.
2024.
Not
We'll be
with
right
you,
back.
but you know they got the bet naps for the election. You know how they got parlays, bro? Like.
Bro, Trump is going to come out dabbing. He going to be dabbing.
He gonna do his little. He gonna do his little fist dance.
You're so funny.
He gonna do his little fist dance, bro. That's all you know.
Facts.
If he came, that shit gonna fuck around and be a dance in the club soon, bro.
Come on. Yeah, I think I gotta. I hope I don't get in trouble for this. I posted this on the gram. Check this out. Can you hear that?
No, you.
You couldn't hear that, could you?
It was in and out. I heard a lot of cussing, and it sounded like somebody was a strong Trump supporter.
It was like, it is love, Donnie, Trump. But it was the
This
one of them
love
Chicago.
salsa.
Yeah, and Trump was rapping his ass off. He said, "Who you think freed Wheezy? Who you think freed Kodak?" You know, and you start rapping. It was pretty silly.
I ain't gonna lie. Lil Wayne wouldn't even be able to cry about not being able to perform at the Super Bowl if it wasn't for Donald Trump ass.
Come on. He damn
Y'all
sure
wouldn't have got no Hot Boy reunion. That would have been locked up.
Come on.
He would have been jammed. I think they busy. They back.
And presidential elections hurdles toward a finish. Let's go to West Palm Beach, Florida, and CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns, who's at Trump election night headquarters. Caitlin, what's the mood there right now?
Hey, Lindsay, as you can see this crowd gathered behind me, this is an extremely jubilant crowd. Just on the monitor, I don't know if you can see behind me, they're playing Fox News, and Fox News has called Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, and thus they have called the presidency. And so I'm saying that because when that was coming up on the screen, this crowd went absolutely wild. We're expecting the former president.
Oh my God! Did y'all hear that? Did you hear it?
Essentially watch party. He has been watching the results nearby at his resort in Mar-a-Lago. He's been there with family and friends, including Elon Musk. But we're also seeing a lot of his supporters who are at Mar-a-Lago kind of trickle in here as well. We've seen some senior advisors come here as well. So we're expecting the former president to speak, as Fox News has already called the entire race for him just a little before 2 a.m. I would also note that the Trump campaign had been anticipating this race to be called on election night. I mean, technically we're, in the
It's
wee
something I
hours
want
of
to
the
say
next day,
about
but
the
essentially
media and
at the
who
conclusion of the
get to
election,
do that.
they had been
Don't let me
adamant
forget, bro.
about that. And so that's
Okay.
also kind of notable here that so many races have been called when we were expecting a longer stretched out election week.
Caitlin, I got to be quick with you on this, but are you hearing any other reaction to other GOP wins tonight, such as the fact that they flipped the Senate?
Lindsay, this is going to be such a big deal. And again, we're waiting for a couple other Senate seats in Wisconsin and in Michigan and in Pennsylvania. If those go the way of the race there, those are candidates who hugged onto Donald Trump very tightly. He would have a majority in the Senate as well.
Caitlin Huey Burns at Trump Election Night headquarters in West Palm Beach. Thank you so much. You're watching CBS News, America Decides.
Yeah, bro, you were saying something about the media and how they present.
Yeah, bro. Why is they? Hold on. Let me turn that down.
Is somebody gonna check on Kamala?
Bro, that lady trying to take a nap right now, bro. She don't want to see nobody. She got her face all twisted up somewhere right now. Looking like your mean ass auntie or something. But
Factory.
so it's a TV show called Succession. I love television shows that are about businesses and like wealth development structures. That show was based off of, what was it, Rupert Murdoch. He had over like a $93 million net worth, and he ran a media company. At one point in time, he owned Fox. So when they say something like Fox already called it in the final season of Succession, they ran the media company, and then it was a new presidency. Whichever news company was the first one to call the presidential election got favor with that political party over all the other media. So Fox just solidified their position with Donald Trump by being the first to call him to the nation. That is how that shit work. And it's crazy because we're sitting up here watching CBS and they haven't made the progressions that Fox have. But if Fox is saying it, watch all the other media fall in line because they damn near have no choice right now. And that don't even guarantee, because right now online, what is it saying that the actual numbers are? 214, 248. It's not even, he not even at 270 online right now. And this is like the most updated stuff. Fox called it strategically to solidify their business position, fam.
Ooh. And they still saying he's leading Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. He's leading all of them.
They was like, based on the projections, why not? It was like he got it. So they called that shit in, and now he about to walk out because of Fox.
Ooh, I see what you're saying.
That shit matters a lot. The first news company to call this, they get a lot of favor. Watch the Fox and Donald Trump relationship throughout his term. They probably ain't gonna say nothing bad about that man.
Teach.
I'm about to unmute it.
Okay.
That was. Are you still, as you sit here today? An hour ago, you had hope. Do you still have hope yourself as you sit here now?
Well, Gail, I gotta have hope, but also I gotta read polls and data, and the data certainly suggests that things aren't going well. My point about black men was, I think it's a complex story. I think top line, Harris actually mostly held Biden's vote share nationally with black men, but she lost them in key places, in key states and key localities where she needed to have them. And I think also there's a story with Latino men as well that I think my colleague Leslie speaks to so well. But I think that Democrats have some soul searching to do here. This coalition that Democrats have relied upon is changing and has to change. And there has to be some introspection as to why are working class voters missing some of the messages that we're putting across. I actually don't think that working class voters don't like Democratic ideas. I think it's sometimes the packaging. You look at the House tonight, Democrats actually have a chance to win back the House. So it is voters keep firing people. And I think we have to understand why voters keep firing people.
Joel, is it, and I even hate to ask this question. I'm asking as I'm clutching my pearls. Could it be a woman issue? When Barack Obama suggested it, people thought, some people were offended that he even raised that issue. But do we have to realistically think about that? We've had Hillary Clinton now, and now maybe even Kamala Harris. Do you feel that this country isn't ready for a woman president?
I think we have a country where people live in different silos and don't have one shared experience. And I think that experience, it seems like the gap is widening between the experience of people based on education, based on gender, based on location, based on their pocketbook. And that is creating a real fissure in how we think about our political coalitions. And I think that is the best explanation late on a Tuesday night, early on a Wednesday morning that I can give you right now, Gail.
Joel Payne, this is Margaret Brennan. I'm just wondering, as you sit here, I'm thinking through what a Trump presidency would mean for the legacy of Joe Biden, what the question is about what the vice president could have done differently to say she was not Joe Biden and actually a change candidate, what she could have articulated.
These are people who spoke down
Tell me
on
about
black
some of the
men
missed
for this woman.
opportunities that you think are there.
So I think every defeat, obviously, there are a lot of people that want to start pointing fingers, and I think that's already happening. I think Kamala Harris actually, for what she was handed sometime in the middle of July, ran a fairly competent, good, durable campaign.
We don't like
based on
her.
what we're seeing tonight, probably is not going to be enough, but I don't know if this is something that you can point to infrastructure or design of a campaign.
I'm not disgusted when I look at his face.
These
But
are
in terms of
stubborn
message.
issues. Yeah, I think these are stubborn issues that
don't
go
just get
way
the
back,
urge
go back
that
to the
somebody's
beginning of the
lying
Biden
to me.
administration. I mentioned Afghanistan earlier. I mentioned a
Yeah.
stubborn economy. Let's not forget COVID, right? The country was coming back from COVID, and I think that's a real impact here. And I think maybe the country is still dealing with some PTSD from COVID. As well. So there's a lot of reasons why we're here today. I think in terms of message, folks are going to fight about the different types of messaging that they could have gone to,
Joel,
but
They need to cut his ass
I
off.
apologize. Stand by. CBS News has a new projection for the battleground state of Pennsylvania and its 19 electoral votes. CBS News projects that Donald Trump will be the winner of the state of Pennsylvania. That is a state that Biden carried 4 years ago, but Trump won in 2016.
Bro, he only too short.
A major projection, and that essentially closes the pathway for Kamala Harris and the presidency. Robert Costa.
So much disappointment among our top Democratic sources tonight, just in the last few minutes, about Pennsylvania. There was promise for Democrats in 2022 when Governor Josh Shapiro, Senator John Fetterman were able to appeal to working people in Pennsylvania. Shapiro famously campaigned on trying to integrate people without college degrees into the state government. You see him urging the Harris campaign for weeks to appeal to working people and union members. For Vice President Harris not to be able to stitch together the Fetterman, Shapiro, Biden coalition in Pennsylvania, suburban centrists, union workers in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, voters of color, a massive disappointment for Democrats tonight. Pennsylvania, yes, part of the blue wall, but it's central to Democratic power in this country.
And of course, it's where Joe Biden is from, Scranton, Pennsylvania.
If you
Yes,
win one more state, bro, it's
Joe
over.
from Scranton.
You
I mean,
live in
the
Nevada.
other interesting thing as we wait Donald Trump, and we will take his remarks as he is set to appear before supporters, is the soul searching and, of course, the questions about strategy that Margaret was just raising. The question about whether Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party made a mistake by not choosing Josh Shapiro as his vice presidential pick for the reasons that Robert just outlined. outlined about the inroads that he made. And also, as has been noted, that Vance's vice presidential debate performance probably made a number of Republicans comfortable with the ticket, because remember, they were huge ratings, 50 million people that saw someone that had moderated his message for that national audience.
And just quickly, not to get ahead of it, I know we're still in election 2024, but people close to Josh Shapiro tonight are encouraging him to think about running for president in 2028. There will be a reckoning inside of the Democratic Party should Vice President Harris be defeated tonight. And whether it's Governor Newsom in California,
We don't care
or
nothing
Governor
about what you
Shapiro,
Democrats
there
got
are
to say right
already
now.
donors
They're
in the
talking about
Democratic
next
Party,
year. We talking about
strategists trying
now.
to think through what does the future look like.
Or Governor Westmore in Maryland,
Or
too.
Westmore, Maryland. We could go through a
Also,
list of about
yeah,
20 or 30.
Yeah, yes, we could.
And there is a there's a first mover's advantage here for any Democrat who wants to speak to their party in this moment of uncertainty and wobbliness. So, you know, what you're describing is real, because all of these future ambitious politicians have a moment that they can seize to try to define what the Democratic Party is going to need to be.
I honestly
in this
feel
new
like
era.
we
We also
chose
see
the
the same thing
better
on the right, because
platform
Trump
for
has
us
said
to
this
watch
is his last campaign
because
that he
they're
will
so
ever run,
Kamala
and is ready
heavy.
to hand the torch to
Right.
J.D.
But
Vance.
because it would have just seemed like
I
we
know,
were
I heard
just
crowd
bashing her at
cheering,
all.
excuse
But
me.
they're clearly in favor of the
Yeah,
Democratic
that
Party
it
on
does
here.
hear like there is some commotion, and we did get what they call a 2-minute warning, which is a cue to the press and others that the former president of the United States is going to be walking out to the stage. And as soon as he does, we will take his remarks live. I'm struck by the conversation that we had earlier, which is what Trump will show up. It's interesting that we still ask that questions after having him on the national stage for more than a decade.
Well, and of course, we remember that after the speech that Tony referred to after winning in 2016, he gave the inaugural address about American carnage. So it didn't last. It didn't last long, and he has been affirmed in this campaign that his instincts and the way he wants to be is the way he wants to be, and he's been affirmed, it looks like, in this race.
And we should just
Most
step back
of
for a
them.
moment and think that a 78-year-old American from Queens is about to win the presidency again, which is so unlikely in American history. Someone who grew up working with his father here in New York, learning from Roy Cohn, the infamous lawyer, about never accepting defeat, becomes an apprentice, the reality TV show star, is a famed figure on the national wrestling scene, professional wrestling scene, dallies with politics in 1987, thinks about it in 1999, finally runs for president in 2015 after questioning President Obama's love of country and credentials, wins in 2016, leads a pressure campaign against his own vice president in 2020 and 2021, then is embraced once again by the Republican Party for a third nomination. How unusual
Teflon
it is to be a
Don.
nominee 3 times for any national party. He is a seismic force in American history. Whether you dislike him, hate him, loathe him, love him,
I don't mean no
or
disrespect,
indifferent,
but she got a
this is a
dog
figure
face.
now who has been a nominee 3 times and potentially winning the presidency twice after all of the convictions, all of the challenges.
Impeachments.
He might be back.
You know, it's interesting, Bob, when you mentioned The Apprentice, there's a movie out right now, The Apprentice, starring Jeremy Strong. And they were saying that training under Roy Cohn, the mantra is when attack, 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 deny, 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 never admit defeat, and never apologize. And people seem to think that that is what he continues to do in all areas of his life when he is faced with a problem. And that seems, it seems to have served him well as we sit here tonight. You know, it's interesting, when we started the
Sound
night,
like
guys,
a
we kept saying
hater.
it's going to be a long night.
Yeah,
We're
she
not going to
tight.
know anything
Don't make me
today.
start talking
Certainly
about
not
your wig,
Pennsylvania.
lady.
Now we're
Trying
sitting
to give
here
me
a little
grace.
after 2 o'clock, and it looks like this race is over.
And that we were bracing collectively, I think, as a country for Donald Trump to preemptively declare victory. And I don't know that this is so preemptive at this point.
And while he doesn't have everything he needs to win, should he win, he'd be the
Boy,
oldest
when I tell
man
you
ever
they don't
elected
want this nigga
and
to
the second
win,
man to be elected
Bro, the cope is
different
real.
times, joining Grover Cleveland.
they is
130
holding
years ago.
on
someone
for
who
dear
served 2
life
terms
over
different
there.
times.
And as we await the former president, I want to check in with Caitlin Huey Burns because she is there in West Palm Beach, Florida. Caitlin?
This is about as
Hey,
bad as
Nora, we
watching the
have been
Lions beat
covering the former
everybody
president's
recently,
campaign
bro.
all
Y'all niggas
year, and
got
his
hot.
supporters believe this is the night that they had anticipated all along. His campaign had been telling us that they expected results on election night, and it seems like they will get them, even though we are technically into the next day. I want to pick up on the significance of Pennsylvania just quickly, because I essentially have been parked there for much of this cycle because Donald Trump himself has been parked there. He has been calling it the whole ball game for several weeks and months now. And remember, it was in Butler, Pennsylvania that he survived an assassination attempt. And afterwards,
You
he
was
saw
right, bro.
not
It
only
was
the
Pennsylvania.
Republican Party coalesce around him, but also a sense, at least in my reporting from talking to voters on the ground, that they were kind of coming out of the shadows a little bit to voice their support for him. And I think there are so many moments throughout this campaign that were seen perhaps as controversies or liabilities for the former president, including those 34 felony counts that ended up endearing his party further to him. And that kind of base of support, I think, is significant. Now, we have talked about how that base could have been limited, but the campaign also made a big gamble, trying to expand beyond that base to low propensity voters, especially younger men, Latino men, Black men. We're awaiting final numbers, but that gamble seems, at least at this point, to have paid off. But he will have done that without changing anything about who he is or what his message is. If you think about it, he didn't make any overt overtures to these kinds of demographics. Instead, his message was, my message on the economy and immigration will bring you in. And that was the pitch that he would make to women voters, despite a vast gender gap and controversies surrounding the way he talked about women. But that was their theory of the case, that they could tap into this with the former president's message and with his personality. And we saw that especially in the closing days of this campaign, in which he veered off message, leaning into those instincts. We can assess kind of what this coalition looks like as it starts to come together. But there are significant gambles that have paid off. I will also say, just spending so much time over this year talking to voters on the ground, talking to voters of all parties, all kind of walks of life, there was really an uncertainty in this electorate, this feeling of a world on edge, an economy that just wasn't working. And Donald Trump tapped into that, perhaps in a more dark way. His rhetoric was much more harsh, but their theory was that this is an America that is not in a good place. And their theory was using those instincts and his personality and the kind of campaign that he's been waging for nearly a decade would bring those voters into the fold.
Looks like we are just moments away from Donald Trump taking the stage in West Palm Beach. Want to bring in Republican strategist Leslie Sanchez. And Leslie, your thoughts at this moment?
We don't want to hear you,
I think for
motherfuckers, no more.
many Americans, they're really
These are the thoughts
really
right here in this
excited,
picture.
About a change in America that they fundamentally believe in. You know, I was looking at something Senator Marco Rubio was writing about, that it's not so much we were talking about ethnic identity as much as coming together as Americans. Now, some people aren't going to buy that. I think there's going to be a lot of sour grapes and people pointing fingers. But when we're looking at this now, this is a multiracial, working class, middle class Republican Party. It has been in the making for many election cycles. And I think Trump has leaned into that. He saw that this is where the country was going. And this is why you see that wave across America. It's in all of those communities, big and small.
I wanted that dude to be his
different
VP. That
identities,
Indian
but
dude.
this economic
Really?
pinch, and
I like
also
him a little
feeling
bit.
this crush of immigrants across
I think he's
the
better than
border.
Vance, to be honest with
There
you.
is a very porous
I don't
border, and
even
nothing
know
was
who
done
I-
about it. And
It
the
could have been
impact it's having
Kanye West for me.
economically on
Could have
communities
been Kanye.
across the country really felt
Oh, I would be
significant, and
okay
it
with
was
it
why
being,
you
with it
had
being
such
Kanye.
a
for real.
passionate response from so many people.
People probably think I'm playing.
Leslie, do you think this is a Republican Party forever changed? And what happens to Republicans who may not be okay with the way Donald Trump behaves? Or
Tell
some of
Gail to
his
sit
things? Are they just
down.
totally out now?
bro.
Well, everybody's
Crazy
welcome,
thing
right?
is,
What's a
before
party
this
but
man
a
ran for
coalition of people
president,
come
these
together around a
hoes
set of
love him.
ideas. And I
If you
agree
go
with you,
watch the viewing
Gail,
stuff,
because the
like
things
when he was just
political
doing the
scientists will say
apprentice,
about every
they
40
gave him
years, you
so
see
much
these big
praise,
political
bro.
shifts in party ID and
Gail
They
is such
hate
a
partisanship.
the man
And I
hater.
believe we've been in that for a few cycles now. And you haven't seen it since the 1980s. And now you're seeing it again. And what does it look like? The party has changed. The party is more ethnic, working class, middle class. And you're seeing many more college educated, master's degree, advanced educated, suburban communities are moving to the left. And Republicans have added that into the dynamic, into the calculation. It is a different party. Does it mean it's not welcome? No. But that's the frustration you saw in 2020. You certainly saw it in 2016. Established Republicans wringing their hands. This is not a party we recognize. Well, welcome to the new Republican Party.
Yeah, I asked that question because I hear so many times from Republicans who say, look, I don't like some of the things he does. I don't like the way he behaves, but I feel like I have to go along to get along, even while some of them say I have to hold my nose and
Gail
hide
need
my
to
ears.
sit down.
Gail, you remind me of one voter I heard in Bucks County in Bristol, Puerto
Yeah, I
Rican
bet
family,
you voted
second,
for
third
Kamala too.
generation business community, represents the business
She talked
interests.
like it.
And we talked about some of those disparaging comments that happened at the MSG rally and said, is that going to hurt the Puerto Rican community? Is that going to make a difference? And they said, you know, there's going to be some bluster around this, but at the end of the day, it's about our community, our family, our faith, and our pocketbook. And we believe Trump's going to be better on the economy and help us get where we're trying to go, because all these families have a dream that they feel has been stagnant post-COVID.
Just give me my
And
money.
they want a dramatic shift. And that's kind of where they're falling. That is where they fall today.
Leslie, there's a lot of talk about how Latino voters are going to have to be studied a little more. What would you say simply Republicans did right, Democrats maybe did wrong this cycle, especially with the fact that it looks like former President Trump won Latino
Didn't have
men
a
overall.
primary, dummies.
One Latino man won some of these counties in South Texas
Let
that
the
haven't been
people
won by a
choose who they
Republican
want to
in 100
run.
years.
That's what you
More than
did.
100 years, since the
More than
1890s.
Exactly. Well, yes. And he's been building on that. This wasn't a one-term shift. This is something, looking at the data, Ed, we saw that Democrat Latinos, particularly men, about 30% of them were very frustrated with the direction of the Democratic Party. They felt
Homie security detail on
current President
10
Biden
right
that the
now,
party was
boy.
weak. They didn't like that it wasn't focused on the economy. They felt that it's
It's a
lost
long
its
2-minute
way.
warning.
That the party lost weight. It's the
Oh
old
yeah,
Republican
people
line. I
wanted
didn't
to
leave the
chill,
Democratic Party. The
chill,
party left
chill.
me. You had Elon Musk talking about that too, and
You're
I think
going
a
to
lot
jail.
of people felt
You're
they
going
didn't
to
recognize the
jail.
Democratic Party anymore.
What Kanye
These
said? Guess
jobs,
who's going
working
to
class
jail?
themes that Trump talked about, they leaned into that and tested that
All these-
messaging, and it really resonated with a big part of America.
They're gonna come get
Leslie
swept in the
Sanchez,
middle of the
thank you so
night.
much. I want to bring in CBS Morning's co-host Tony DeCopel. He's also at Trump headquarters there in Florida. Good evening, Tony.
Hey, good evening again, Nora.
Y'all think Joe
As we
Biden's still
wait,
up watching this shit?
for and
Man.
it seems at this hour of
Joe
the night,
Biden turning
He
in his
went to
grave.
sleep at
States, Donald
6.
Trump. We're on Trump World Celebrity Watch here within the ballroom. We've got the My Pillow guy, Mike Lindell, in the building. Tucker Carlson, former Fox News host, is seen walking through the crowd. Former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, Doug Burgum, Vivek Ramaswamy, Marco Rubio. And as I begin to think about the journey traveled just tonight from Mar-a-Lago to the convention center, you begin to think about the journey traveled in the 721 days that Donald Trump has been on this re-election journey. The day he announced his run for the White House for this unprecedented third consecutive time, the story in his hometown newspaper, the New York Post, was buried on page 26. Florida man announces unlikely bid for the White House. At that moment in time, Donald Trump was isolated in Mar-a-Lago. He was twice impeached, voted out of the White House, abandoned by many of his allies. Well, what a difference the following nearly 2 years makes. Those 4 indictments, the felony conviction in one case, that really energized his base. I've seen a lot of hats here that say I'm voting for the felon. I've seen a lot of shirts here that have the mugshot on the
Hater.
front. they became symbols of a certain kind of resistance for the Trump voter. And now tonight, that hometown newspaper, the New York Post, Don Deal, D-O-N-D-E-A-L, Donald Trump defies the odds again. That is the story of this campaign for the people in the room here as they weigh Donald Trump's remarks. And if I had to guess, based on what he said election night 2016 and then in 2020, well, 2 points. He seems to be waiting to come out around 2:30, which is the time frame in which he came out the last 2 cycles. He's a superstitious fellow. The words Grand Rapids, Michigan, were the final one spoken rally stop wise the last 3 campaigns. There might be something to that. Additionally, you feel like there's going to be another magnanimous moment. We're not going to have a 2020 moment. There's not going to be talk of landslides and dominant victories. There's going to be. It feels like we might have a moment where we begin to stop being partisans and take an initial tentative step back to being Americans, as we are here in the wee hours of the day after Election Day, Nora.
Tony DeCopel, thank you. And I know you're going to have reporting bright and early with Gail King on CBS Mornings. Thank you so much for being there. And Cecilia Vega, I know you wanted to add something about the question about the Latino vote, because Trump is building a new coalition, and part of that does include Latinos.
It very much does. And I wanted to address what Leslie Sanchez said, that when she says people are going to be very excited about that. And I think there are a lot of people in this country who are very excited right now, many of them in that room. I also think a lot of people are very scared tonight. When you look at the proposals that Donald Trump has laid out for a second term when it comes to just immigration alone, I'll do this really quickly as we watch to see what they takes the stage. A travel ban 2.0. He wants to end birthright citizenship for babies born in the United States to undocumented parents. He wants to use the Alien and Enemies Act of 1978 to dismantle, to deport gang leaders. That is a law that has not been used since World War II to intern Japanese Americans in this country. And we
What's
talked about
wrong
his
with
mass
deporting the
deportation plan.
gang
What we
members?
didn't talk about is that Tom Holman told me that that would essentially involve
They not from
deporting
here, so they
entire
gotta go.
families together,
They
including
not like
children
us.
They
who are born in
tearing
this
shit
country.
up.
So there are a lot of people who are scared right now.
And
They over here
now,
taking over
Donald
apartment
Trump,
complexes.
along with
Here we go. Here we
his
go.
wife, his
Yeah,
vice
they need to
presidential
shut the
pick,
hell up.
his son Barron Trump, who we rarely see,
And
and
cast his first vote today for his dad.
he's been going to school here in New York. The family there gathered. I did hear them also introduce his vice presidential pick, along with Usha Vance, his wife.
There's Don Jr.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her.
Is that Dana White?
Yes, it is. Go UFC. No, they good friends. Donald Trump had built the UFC out years ago.
An American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much. Wow.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
He just had to get shot twice. That's it.
But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
And 46.
And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Great again. You see what color tie he got on, right?
And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? No, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he?
Clearly not the American, marrying American European women.
And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Yeah, indeed. Can't call it a comeback.
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
I look forward to it because this shit sucks right now.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice maiden, we call her the ice maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. He's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
That was his campaign team.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Susie.
Campaign manager.
Look at this. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something.
This guy's a
I put the phone
comedian.
down, but I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding.
The fuck out of here.
This spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And
He is
it
funny,
was a beautiful
dog.
thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them.
See,
We
I
have to
know I
protect our
like
super
this guy for a
geniuses. I
reason.
want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he?
Bryson with the fuck is
Bryson.
feet.
Oh.
Who was
Where he
Bryson?
shot?
I don't know.
He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job.
Oh, he
And
was
we
awesome.
also have a Mandana White who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit and I went and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it and he loved it and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan,
And
stand
thank you,
up.
America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul
Check
of
these
this
numbers.
really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today
It's
you
still in
showed
count
up
the
with
last, but he
record
had
numbers to
267
deliver a
right now.
victory. Like really, I probably
267?
like no other. This was something. This was something special.
What does Kamala have?
We're gonna pay you
214.
back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna.
She can't win,
Turn
bro.
it
That
around.
shit
It's got to
dead.
be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast. And we're going to turn it around. We're going to do it in every way, with so many ways. But
He
we're
may
gonna do it
win
in every way.
Minnesota,
This
but he
will
ain't set to win the rest.
forever be remembered as the day the American
Really?
people regained
Yeah.
control of their country.
He got Alaska, but she gonna get Hawaii.
So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people. And we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in.
Oh yeah, he's supposed to be running his health division.
I thought he was going to be VP.
America healthy again.
Hell,
I thought he was going to drop JD Vance and pick up Kennedy.
That wouldn't be right. JD Vance really advocated for him to be where he at.
That is
JD
true.
Vance did really good with press.
And now he's
He
a great
really
guy,
was
and he
shitting on
really
people
means
for
it. He
Trump.
wants to do some things, and we're going to
But
let
I
him
think
do
he's
it
going to
too.
give
I just
Kennedy
said,
a place. He's going to take
Robbie,
whoever the head of the,
Over,
the
yeah, he want to
FBI
give
is.
him a place in health.
we have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have
Like
more liquid gold
he's
than any
big
country
about
in
the
the
way
world,
the
more than
food shit
Saudi
is being
Arabia.
ran here. A lot of that
We
shit
have
gonna
more than
change if he put
Russia.
Kennedy in that place.
Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that,
Yeah,
go
that's
have
what
a
he's
good
gonna tell him.
time,
He just don't
Bobby.
want him fucking with the oil. Everything else they good
We're
on.
going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally, we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years, we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, brother. You rode the whole way with me.
Well, there you see former President Donald Trump with his
I was going to
family
say,
and friends on stage addressing supporters
if you could drop
in
your
West
link one more
Palm
time.
Beach.
I told you he was going to do it.
talking
Well, you
about
said it was.
unifying the
it.
country.
Could you, if you could, just one more time for the family, because you did ride it out with us. You thugged it out. Could you drop that link one more time for us, good brother, please? And thank you. And before I let you depart, if you could, one more time for the good people and listening audience, tell us who you are and where we can find you at.
Peace, everyone. It has been a pleasure rocking with you all tonight. I am DJ Bay, also known as Trust Fund Baby, the official Trust Fund Baby on Instagram. And once again, I teach financial literacy. I help people to scale their brands, implement automations, technology, and to increase their net worth. And I've been doing it for going on 15 years. And I do pretty well for myself, enough to where people keep on coming to me. And once again, we have a free community where people can come learn. We provide you with education materials, ebooks. And if you ever want to reach out to me, I also have had the same work number. It's on my Instagram, and I'll say it real quick. 248-325-8702. 248-325-8702. You can text me on that number, and I also take phone calls on there, but text me first so that we can set an appointment. But once again, I appreciate you for bringing me through, bro. And if there's any way I can help provide any value to anybody in the community, yourself, just let me know. And if whenever you want me back, I'm here.
There it is, family. That's my good brother DJ Bay. Put some respect on his name. I'm humbled. I'm honored. I'm grateful. You know, this is, I believe, probably one of the longest live I've done ever. So I'm glad he was able to go through it with me. And for the rest of you as well, thank you so much for tapping in. It means everything to me. I want to real quick read off the supporters, because the people who do support, that support does not go unnoticed. It does not go unnoticed. So let's see who we got here, because some people tonight were tapping in. I just want to put some respect on your names. Who we got here? My sister Brandy, I see you. I love you. I appreciate you. Rainbow Light Warrior. I can't get enough of that name. I see you. I love you. I appreciate you. Jerusalem Trice. I see you. Probably shouldn't have said his last name. I see you. I love you. I appreciate you. Sharice. I see you. I love you. I appreciate you. Who else do we have here? And this is for the dollar challenge. The people who have sent $1 or more to the Cash App. It's really that simple. Crip Jesus, I'm humbled, I'm grateful, I'm honored. Haru, the Duke of the Great Lakes, I'm humbled, I'm grateful, I'm honored. Curtis, D Calico, Ladera, DKDD, Stevie. I don't want to say his last name, but anybody who has taken the dollar challenge, it means everything to me. But you know, I'm humbled, I'm grateful, and I'm honored. But what I am not is Pastor Pork Chop. So you can always support simply by hitting the like button, family. It's free, it's easy, it takes a second, it's only one click, it works for the algorithm, it spreads the word. So many great reasons to smash that like button, family. So please, please, please tap all the way in. Also, comment, family. Let me know what you think. Did Teflon Don, win this thing fair and square? Are we going to see a surprised at the end of this, where tomorrow morning when we wake up, somebody's going to say something happened, they didn't count the votes right, or whatever the case may be. I don't know. You tell me. Is this going to be the end all be all? Are we heading to a better 4 years? Are we about to see something bad happen? Let's continue the conversation inside the comments after this thing is over. Last but not least, family, we're almost at about, I think it's about 800 new subscribers in the last 28 days. So thank all of you who have tapped in. Also, my members, if you want to become a member, the link is in the description. Thank you so much to my members who are already tapped in. And again, I want to give a big shout out to my good brother, DJ Bay. With that said, family, thank all of you for tapping in. I want to leave you. That's right. It is late. The exact same way I came to you. I'm your humble brother Crumb, and you are now watching Crumb TV. I'm just joking. Peace.
You are now watching Crumb TV.
You're watching Crumb TV. This is Prema Asset in Los Angeles, Leimert Park, and you are now watching Crumb TV.
You are watching Crumb TV.
We're watching Crumb TV.
You are now watching Crumb TV. So subscribe.
I am the Grand Sheikest Unity Temple number 80, More Science Temple of America, and you are watching Crumb TV.
Yo, this is that kid 179. You're now watching Crumb TV.
Crumb TV.